Okay, so this is gonna sound totally nuts, I know, but I swear on everything I love this happened, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, even now. It all started one morning in July a few years back, 2013 to be exact. I woke up to my phone ringing. You know how it is, that early morning ring that makes you instantly annoyed. But it was a number I didn't recognize, and something told me to answer it anyway. The voice on the other end was, well, it was this guy, Barnaby something. Creek, I think. He said he was a paranormal investigator. I know, right? Sounds like something out of a movie. But he got right down to business. Started asking me all these weird questions about Bigfoot. Bigfoot? I was like, dude, wrong number. I live in Dorchester, Massachusetts. I could practically hear him shrug through the phone. He was based in Ohio, apparently, which just made it even weirder. I almost hung up, honestly. Thought it was some kind of prank. But then he explained. He said someone, me apparently, had called him a while back, asking about Bigfoot behavior. I racked my brain and... yeah, I remembered now. It was late one night, I was freaked out, and I'd been doing some frantic Googling, trying to find anyone who might know what was going on. Somehow, I'd stumbled on this Barnaby Creek guy and his website. In a moment of total desperation, I guess I'd called him. I barely remembered it, to be honest. It was such a blur of anxiety back then. See, I live in a third-floor apartment. Nothing fancy, just a regular place. But it had a balcony, and the balcony overlooked this small patch of woods. Not like a forest or anything, just woods. You wouldn't expect it in the middle of Dorchester, but there it was. And it was pretty thick. During the day it was quiet, birds chirping, squirrels running around, you know, normal wood stuff. But nighttime was something else entirely. It started subtly, little noises at first. Rustling in the leaves, twigs snapping. I thought it was animals, raccoons maybe, or stray cats. But then it got different. I'd go out onto my balcony to smoke after dinner, and that's when I'd hear them. Grunts, low, guttural grunts, and growls. Not like dog growls, but deeper, rougher, like something big. And then the sound of bushes being broken, branches snapping like they were nothing. It was coming from the woods right below my balcony. Every single night, just after dark, they'd start. And it wasn't just once or twice. It went on for hours. I started staying inside, even when I wanted to smoke, just to avoid being out there and hearing it. It was making me seriously uneasy. I felt like I was being watched, even inside my own apartment. One morning, after a particularly bad night, the sounds were louder, closer, like whatever it was had moved right up to the edge of the woods closest to my building. I decided I had to see what was going on. I know, stupid idea probably, but I was losing sleep. I was on edge all the time. I needed to see something. I went down to the ground floor and walked around to the edge of the woods. Daylight, thank God, made it seem a little less terrifying. Sunlight filtering through the trees, birds singing like nothing was ever wrong. I hesitated at the edge of the trees, then took a deep breath and went in. It was denser than it looked from my balcony, thick undergrowth, tangled branches, the kind of woods that swallows up sound. And the smell. It was damp, earthy, a bit musky. I started walking, trying to be quiet, listening for anything. For a long time, there was nothing. Just the normal sounds of the woods. I was starting to think I was being ridiculous, imagining things, letting my anxiety get the better of me. And then I saw it. It wasn't much, just a patch of disturbed earth. But there, clear as day in the soft soil, was a footprint. Huge, humanoid, but way too big to be human. And deep. Like whatever made it was really heavy. My heart started pounding in my chest. It was way bigger than my hand, way bigger than any human foot I'd ever seen. I took a picture of it with my phone, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I didn't touch it, I just stared at it, my mind racing. Bigfoot, seriously? In Dorchester? It sounded insane. But what else could it be? I got out of those woods fast. I felt like I was being watched again, even in the daytime now. I went back up to my apartment, locked the door, and just stood there staring at the picture on my phone. It was undeniable. Something big, something heavy, something not human had been in those woods. That's when the fear really set in. Before it was just unease, weird noises. Now it was concrete, physical evidence, and it was terrifying. I started keeping the balcony door locked all the time, windows closed at night, even though it was July and hot as hell. I jumped at every little sound. Every night the grunts and growls started again, sometimes closer than before. I didn't tell anyone. My friends, my family, they'd laugh me out of the room. They'd say I was stressed, imagining things, or maybe it was just some homeless guy living in the woods making weird noises. But I knew it wasn't. It felt different, ancient, predatory. So I suffered in silence, night after night, listening to those sounds, feeling like I was losing my mind. Then that night, I made the desperate call, the one I'd forgotten about until Barnaby Creek called me back. So, back to that phone call from Barnaby. He kept asking about Bigfoot behavior. He said he'd gotten my message, the one I barely remembered sending. He was surprisingly calm, considering I was telling him I thought there was a Bigfoot living in the woods behind my apartment in the middle of the city. He asked me a ton of questions, what the sounds were like, how often I heard them, if I'd seen anything else. I told him about the footprint, about the red eye shine, the eye shine. That started a few nights after I found the footprint. I was in my bathroom late at night, brushing my teeth, and I just happened to glance out the window. The bathroom window faces the woods too, but it's higher up than the balcony, gives you a different view, looking down at the tree line. And that's when I saw them. 2 points of red light, glowing in the darkness. Not reflecting light, but glowing from within. High up too, above the fence that separated the woods from the apartment complex. Like something tall was standing there, looking back at me. I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth, just staring. The red eyeshine just hung there, unblinking, for what felt like forever. Then slowly, they blinked out. Gone. I stood there, shaking. Red eyeshine. That's not a raccoon. That's not a stray cat. That's something else. Something bigger. Something scarier. I started closing the bathroom blinds every night after that. Didn't want to look out there anymore. I told Barnaby about the eyeshine. He actually sounded interested. Not disbelieving or mocking, but genuinely curious. He asked if I could send him photos of the woods, the footprint, anything. I sent him everything I had. He said the woods sounded unusual for an urban setting. He was looking at satellite images, he told me, and yeah, it was a pretty dense patch of trees just randomly there, surrounded by buildings. We talked for a while that morning. He was throwing around terms like displaced, older animal, injured, comparing it to how sometimes marine animals get lost and end up way inland. He seemed to be taking it seriously, like it wasn't completely impossible that, well, you know. Then, a couple of days later, everything changed. I woke up one morning, looked out my window, and the woods were gone. Completely gone. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. It was like someone had just erased them. Where there had been dense trees, green undergrowth, darkness, there was just open space, dirt, stumps, sunlight pouring in where it had always been shadowed. The woods were gone, cut down, every single tree, bush, everything, just cleared. I rushed out onto my balcony. The air felt different, lighter, exposed. The silence was deafening, no birds chirping, no squirrels rustling, just silence, and the smell of sawdust, fresh-cut wood, hanging in the air. I went downstairs, walked over to where the woods had been. It was unbelievable. It looked like a bomb had gone off. Huge machines, bulldozers, wood chippers were still there, parked and silent. But the woods, they were just gone. No signs, no explanations, No anything, just cleared. I asked people around the building, the super, some neighbors, if they knew what had happened. Nobody knew anything. They just shrugged, said maybe the city ordered it, or maybe the property owner. No one seemed to know or care much. Just, the woods were gone, and that was that. The weirdest part came a few days later. There's a bigger park not too far from my apartment, a proper wooded park. I saw police cars and yellow tape going up around it, then more police cars, vans, even what looked like military vehicles. I couldn't get close, but it was obvious they'd sealed off the entire park. Tight security, guards everywhere. It was all over the local news, but they weren't saying much. Something about routine maintenance, park closure for public safety. Routine maintenance that needed military vehicles and armed guards. Right. That's when the paranoia really kicked in. The woods behind my apartment gone, then the park sealed off. It was like they were trapping something, or containing something. My mind went back to what Barnaby had said. Displaced, no refuge. Had whatever was in my little patch of woods somehow moved to the park, and now they were trying to catch it. And then, the last night. It was a few days after the park was sealed off. The woods behind my building were just dirt and stumps, completely exposed. But it was still dark, still nighttime. I was lying in bed, restless, on edge, listening to the silence. It was so different without the woods, just open space and city sounds in the distance. Then I heard it. It wasn't the grunts, not the growls. This was different. It was heavy movement, from the direction of where the woods had been. Heavy, clumsy movement, like something large pushing through thick undergrowth, except there was no undergrowth anymore, just dirt and stumps. But I could hear it. This heavy rustling, like something big dragging itself along the ground. Closer and closer to my building, my heart slammed against my ribs. I sat bolt upright in bed, holding my breath, listening. The heavy movement stopped right below my balcony, in the empty space where the woods used to be. Silence, absolute silence for a long, drawn-out moment. And then, a sound I will never forget. A huge, heavy thud, like something immense had just collapsed onto the ground. The building seemed to vibrate with the force of it. Then, a sigh. A long, drawn-out, weary sigh, like someone or something utterly exhausted, giving up. It wasn't aggressive, it wasn't threatening, it was sad, heartbreakingly sad. And then, nothing. Silence again, complete and utter silence. I stayed there, frozen, listening, for hours it felt like, but there were no more sounds, no grunts, no growls, no movement, no sighs, just silence. And that was it. That was the end of it. The unsettling sounds never came back. The woods were gone. The park was still sealed off for weeks. Then they quietly reopened it. No explanation. Life went back to normal, I guess. But nothing felt normal to me anymore. To this day, I don't know what it was. Bigfoot? Some weird animal? Something else entirely? I have no idea. And I probably never will. But I know what I heard, I know what I saw, and I know that for a while there something really strange and unsettling was happening right outside my apartment. And then it just stopped. Just like that. Like it never even happened. And that's silence now. It's way more terrifying than any grunt or growl ever was. Because sometimes when it's really quiet at night, I still look out at that empty space where the woods used to be, and I swear, I can almost still hear that sigh, and I wonder what really happened out there, and where did it go, or what did they take? It just ended, just stopped. And that's the thing that gets me. No explanation, no closure, just gone. And me, left here with this feeling, this lingering, chilling feeling that something was real, something unexplained, something terrifying. And it was right there and then just vanished, like smoke, leaving nothing but this empty space, and a story that sounds completely insane to anyone I tell. But I swear, every word of it is true, every single chilling word. Story 2. It started with the smells, honestly. That's what always gets to me when I think back on it, that gut-wrenching, cloying stink. You know how some smells just burrow into your brain and stay there? This one, man, it's been years and I can still almost conjure it up just thinking about that day. Uncle Clifford was a big deal to me when I was growing up. He was my mom's brother, and he was just different. He wasn't a city guy, that's for sure. He was all about the woods, hunting, fishing, being outdoors. He had these stories, wild stories, about everything he'd seen out there. Mountain lions, bears, the biggest bucks you could imagine. You name it, Uncle Clifford had a story about it. But the ones that really got to me, the ones that stuck in my head, were his Bigfoot stories. He told them like he was just talking about the weather, like it was no big thing. But to me, a kid hanging on every word, it was everything. He told me about seeing something near the old dump back in '74, just outside of town. He'd been walking home late from a buddy's place. Meadow Creek was small enough back then that you could walk everywhere, and he cut through near the dump to save some time. He said the smell hit him first, like something had died there and been baking in the sun for weeks. Worse than just trash, he said, like rotting meat, but something else too. Something animal. Then he noticed it. Something pacing him in the woods by the dump. He said it was dark, real dark that night, but he could hear it, this heavy footfall keeping pace with him, step for step, just on the edge of the trees. Stop, and it stopped. Start walking again, and it started again. He got goosebumps just telling me about it, even years later. He said he finally saw it, a hunched-over shadow by the wire fence that ran along the edge of the woods there. He was carrying his bullwhip back then. He always had it with him for, well, just because Uncle Clifford was like that. He said he didn't even think, just reached behind, grabbed the whip and cracked it, loud like a gunshot in the quiet night. He said whatever it was, it stood up straight then, quick as lightning, and cleared that fence in one jump, vaulted right over it like it was nothing. He never saw it clearly, just this dark shape, bigger than any man, moving like something that wasn't human. He didn't wait around to find out, he just ran. Sprinted all the way home, heart pounding out of his chest. He said he didn't stop running until he was locking his door behind him. Then there was the camping story. A few years later, maybe 77. He went camping by himself out near Baker's Ridge, not too far from our place. Said he was sitting by his campfire, just cross-legged, eyes closed, listening to the night sounds. Crickets, owls, the rustling leaves, you know. Suddenly, everything just went quiet. Dead quiet. Like someone had flipped a switch and turned off the whole world. He opened his eyes slow, and there it was, standing across the campfire, just staring at him. He described it like it was burned into his memory. 7 feet tall, easy, maybe more. Hairy, all over, dark hair, almost black in the firelight. But the eyes, man, those yellow eyes. He said they were like coals, burning right into him, just locked on him, unblinking. He blinked, hard, thinking maybe he was just tired, seeing things in the firelight. It didn't go away, it was still there. Those yellow eyes just kept staring. He closed his eyes again, longer this time, counting to 10, trying to calm his heart down. When he opened them again, it was gone. Vanished. Just the fire crackling in the silence. He told me about how it was standing there with its arms crossed over its chest, big hairy arms, like tree trunks, and those eyes just boring into him. He said it was the most unsettling thing he'd ever seen. He was a tough guy, Uncle Clifford, not easily spooked, but that got to him. He never went camping alone again after that, at least not around those woods. So, yeah, Bigfoot. Uncle Clifford swore up and down he'd seen it, seen them, whatever they were. And me, I believed him. I mean, he wasn't the type to make things up. He was gruff and honest, sometimes too honest. He wouldn't lie about something like that. And then it started happening to me. It was 1979. I was What, 12, 13 maybe? I was spending a lot of time in the woods behind our house, just exploring, building forts. You know, kid stuff. I guess Uncle Clifford's stories had kind of planted a seed in my head. I was always looking for signs, for tracks, for anything that might point to something else out there. It started small, sounds mostly. Just when it was getting dark, I'd be heading home from the woods, the shadows getting long and deep, and I'd hear noises, branches snapping when there was no wind, heavy footsteps in the leaves, but no deer, no squirrels, nothing I could see, just sounds. At first I chalked it up to my imagination, getting spooked by Uncle Clifford's stories, but it kept happening, too consistently, too close. One evening, I was walking back along the creek trail. It was late summer, maybe early fall, still warm during the day but getting chilly as soon as the sun went down. The leaves were just starting to turn, little hints of yellow and red in the green. The air was still, really still, and the woods were quiet, almost too quiet. That's when I got that feeling, you know the one? Like you're being watched. Like there are eyes on you, even when you can't see anyone. I stopped and looked around. Nothing. Just trees and shadows and the creek burbling along beside the trail. I told myself it was nothing, just the woods being the woods. I started walking again, faster this time. And then I heard it. A branch cracked behind me, loud and sharp. I whipped around, nothing. But the feeling was stronger now, like something was close, real close. I started to jog, then run. The trail wound through the trees, and I was pounding along it, branches whipping past my face, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was nothing there, just darkness closing in around me. But I could hear it, still. The heavy footsteps crashing through the undergrowth, keeping pace with me, but just off the trail, hidden in the trees. I burst out of the woods and into our backyard, panting, heart hammering. I ran straight for the back door and slammed it shut behind me, locking it, leaning against it, trying to catch my breath. I looked back at the woods, the trees dark and silent in the fading light. Nothing moved, but neither Grandma Elsie nor my mom moved towards the sloped bedroom. They stood there in the kitchen light, waiting for us to lead the way. And we just couldn't. The thought of going back into that room, facing whatever was out there, even with them behind us, was just too terrifying. We were frozen. Finally, my mom said, "All right, fine. If you're too scared to show us, then it must not be that scary. Let's just forget about it. You boys can sleep in the living room tonight, okay?" And that was that. They weren't going to investigate. They weren't going to go look. They weren't going to do anything except dismiss it as kid stuff. Adult skepticism. It's a real thing, and it sucks when you're on the receiving end, especially when you're genuinely terrified. We ended up sleeping on the living room floor that night. Grandma Elsie put out blankets and pillows in front of the TV. We tried to watch some late-night show, some black-and-white movie, but I couldn't concentrate. Neither could Sam. We kept glancing at the hallway that led back to the kitchen and that bedroom, picturing those red eyes still out there, in the dark, staring. Sleep was not sleep. More like fitful dozing. Every creak of the old house, every rustle outside made me jump. I kept seeing those red eyes behind my eyelids, just burning red in the dark. I don't know if Sam slept at all. We didn't talk much. We were both just stuck in that fear. Finally, it started to get light. That pale grey light that seeps in before sunrise. It was a relief to see it coming through the living room windows. Daylight. The night was finally over. When morning finally broke, Saturday morning cartoons started blaring from the TV. The usual noise and craziness of Saturday morning started to creep back in, pushing away the night's terror, at least a little. We got distracted by Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner and sugary cereal. For a while it was almost normal again. After cartoons, though, after breakfast, that feeling started to creep back. The memory of those eyes, the unanswered question. What was that? Some of that childish bravado, that need to figure things out, started to return. Sam and I looked at each other. A silent understanding passed between us. We had to go back there. We had to see if anything was still there. We crept back towards the sloped bedroom like we were sneaking into enemy territory. The kitchen was empty. The door to the sloped room was still slightly ajar from when we'd run out the night before. We pushed it open slowly, stepping back into the room. Daylight now, pale, but daylight. The room looked different in the light. Smaller somehow, less ominous. The sloped floor still tilted weirdly, but it just looked quirky now, not spooky. The window was just a window, looking out on the backyard, the woods, the bushes. We went over to the window cautiously, looked out. Nothing, just trees and bushes and morning sun. No red eyes, no anything, just normal. We went outside then, went around to the back of the house, to the ground underneath that window. We searched. We looked in the bushes. We looked on the ground. We were looking for, I don't even know what. Footprints, traces, anything to explain what we'd seen. We found nothing. Just dirt, leaves, normal backyard stuff. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. We stood there for a long time, just looking, not saying much. The morning was bright and sunny. Birds were singing. It felt like a completely different world from the terror of the night before. And that was it. We never saw them again, never heard anything else, never figured out what those red eyes were. My mom and Grandma Elsie never brought it up again. It was just dismissed. Forgotten by them, I guess. But not by me, not by Sam. We talked about it sometimes years later when we were older, tried to come up with explanations. Animals? Car headlights reflecting weirdly? Some kind of trick of the light? We went through all the possibilities, but nothing ever really fit. Nothing explained those crimson red eyes, hanging high in the darkness, staring back at us from outside Grandma Elsie's window that night in Benton, Arkansas. And to this day, I still can't explain it. I still get that shiver down my spine when I think about it. That cold, gut-deep fear. Those eyes, burning red, just there, in the dark, watching, and then gone, without a trace, like they were never even real. But they felt real. Oh God, they felt so real. And I know Sam felt it too. We both saw them. We both felt that fear. And sometimes, late at night, when everything's quiet and dark, I still catch myself glancing towards the window, just to make sure they're not there, still watching, even after all these years, and I still have no damn idea what the hell they were. And that's probably the scariest part of all. Story 15. Okay, so I guess I should just start, right? Never done anything like this before, but here goes. My mum, Clara, she's always been, let's just say, she has some stories. Growing up, especially when we were kids and wanted to be scared, we'd beg her to tell us the Whispering Rock story. It was always the same, every detail. It was like a record she'd play. We'd roll our eyes at each other behind her back because, come on, seriously? Whispering Rocks, back in the 70s, late 70s, was the spot in our town. Everyone went there to, hang out. It's this place near Redwood Creek, kind of out of town, but not too far. Mom was in high school, and one night she was there with her friends, parked up like everyone else did back then. They had some weed, were about to light up, just chilling in her friend's old VW Beetle. Then, according to Mom, all hell broke loose. She said her friend, I think it was Brenda, screamed. Just a full-on, terrified scream that cut right through the quiet. Mom was laughing at first like, "What's wrong with you?" And Brenda is pointing, practically shaking, out the back window of the car. "What the hell is that?" Brenda kept repeating over and over. Mum turns around to look, still thinking it's some kind of joke, And that's when she saw it. She's described it 1,000,000 times. Standing right behind their Beetle, tall, like impossibly tall, covered in hair, just standing there in the dark, moving towards them. She said panic hit her like a punch to the chest. Pure, cold fear. She was in the driver's seat, fumbling for the keys, trying to get the car started. Her hands were shaking so bad she could barely get the key in the ignition. Finally, the engine turns over. She slammed it into gear, foot down on the gas, just wanting to get the hell out of there. But nothing happened. Or well, something did happen, just not what she expected. The car lurched forward maybe a foot, then wham, jolted to a dead stop. She thought maybe they'd hit a rock, something big they hadn't seen in the dark. But then the back of the car started to rise. She said she looked in the rearview mirror and saw it. The creature had grabbed the back bumper, lifting their Beetle, lifting it like it was nothing. She said they were practically hanging upside down for a second, tires spinning in the air, engines screaming. Then, just as suddenly as it grabbed them, it let go. The car crashed back down, a hard thud, and she floored it again, and this time they actually moved. Tires spitting gravel, they sped out of Whispering Rocks and didn't stop driving until they were back in town, practically hyperventilating. That was Mom's Whispering Rocks story. Every Halloween, every campfire, every time we wanted to be freaked out, we'd ask for it. But me and my brother, we never really believed it. We figured it was the weed, or just teenage drama blown way out of proportion. Mom and her Bigfoot story, we'd joke. Until last year, 2021, I was so wrong. My husband Mark and I, we live in Redwood County. It's beautiful, honestly. The redwood trees, the coast, it's incredible. We both love being outdoors. One of our things is bottle hunting. Yeah, sounds weird maybe. But we like to find old bottles in the woods, antique stuff. It's kind of like a treasure hunt, and you get to be out in nature. So, last summer we decided to check out Clear Creek Road. It's out there, like really out there. Winds way back into the redwoods, dirt road, barely anyone around. Perfect for bottle hunting, we thought. Secluded, probably undisturbed for years. We drove for what felt like forever, deeper and deeper into the woods. The trees got taller, the shadows got longer, the air got cooler and quieter. No cell service, obviously. It was getting late afternoon. The sun was starting to dip down behind the redwoods, making everything golden and, well, kind of spooky looking, if I'm being honest. But in a pretty way, you know. We pulled over where the road kind of widened a little bit. Mark grabbed his metal detector and his shovel, and I just had my backpack and gloves. We started walking along the side of the road, looking for promising spots. The woods were thick on both sides, real dense undergrowth, ferns and bushes everywhere. It was quiet, almost too quiet, just the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird. We'd been walking for maybe half an hour, not finding much. A few broken pieces of glass, some rusted cans, nothing exciting. Then, nature called, you know? I had to pee. I told Mark, "Hey, I gotta go. Be right back." He was engrossed in his metal detector beeping at something in the dirt, so he just nodded without really looking up. "Okay, just be careful," he said, still fiddling with his equipment. "Be careful." "Yeah, right. Careful of what? Bears? Mountain lions? We're in redwood country, sure, but it's broad daylight almost. I wasn't worried about animals. Just wanted some privacy." I stepped off the road and into the woods. Just a little way, not far. I could still see the road through the trees. It was darker in here, even with the sun still up, because the redwoods blocked out so much light. It smelled earthy, piney, that classic redwood forest smell. It was peaceful, in a way. Calm. I found a spot behind a thick clump of ferns, figured that was good enough. Pulled my pants down, and that's when I realized, crap, my period. Great timing, universe, thanks. I didn't have anything with me, of course, stupid me. I groaned, annoyed at myself. I'd have to figure something out when I got back to the car. And then, the sound. It started as a low growl, I guess, deep, rumbling like something huge clearing its throat. But it wasn't an animal growl like any animal I'd ever heard. This was different, wrong. It vibrated in my chest. Then it escalated. Quickly. The growl turned into, I don't even know how to describe it, a howl, a scream, but not human, Not animal, not really. It was demonic. That's the only word that comes close. Demonic. A blood-curdling, unholy scream that ripped through the silence of the woods. It was deafening, absolutely deafening, like it was right on top of me, even though I couldn't see anything through the trees. It was primal, pure, raw terror in sound form. It echoed and echoed through the redwoods, bouncing off the trees surrounding me, swallowing me whole. It felt like it went on forever, but it was probably only seconds, maybe a minute at most. But time just stopped in that moment. My heart slammed into my ribs. My breath caught in my throat. Every single hair on my body stood on end. I just froze. Completely and utterly paralyzed by fear, my mind went blank. There was no thought, no reason, just pure animalistic terror gripping me. Then instinct kicked in. Run! Just run! I scrambled to pull my pants up, didn't even bother doing them up properly. I bolted, broke through the ferns, crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping my face, not caring, just running blindly towards the road. I burst out of the trees and onto the dirt road, panting, gasping, tears streaming down my face. Mark was standing there looking in my direction, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. He'd heard it too. He dropped his metal detector. It clattered onto the rocks. "Tabitha! What the hell was that?" He rushed towards me, grabbing my arms. His hands were trembling. I don't know," I choked out, still shaking so hard I could barely stand. "I don't know. It was in the woods." He looked around wildly, like he was expecting something to come crashing out of the trees any second. "What was it, bear? Mountain lion?" His voice was tight with fear. No, it wasn't. It wasn't an animal. I don't know. Let's just go, now, please." I was practically begging him. He didn't argue. He just grabbed my hand hard and we ran back to the car like our lives depended on it. We jumped in, fumbled with the keys, locked the doors, and I jammed the key into the ignition, praying it would start. It turned over, thank God. I threw it into reverse and slammed on the gas, spinning gravel and dirt, backing up and then turning around, and then we were flying down Clear Creek Road, bouncing and bumping over the ruts and potholes, going way too fast, just desperate to get out of there, to get away from that place, from that sound. Neither of us spoke for a long time. We just drove. Didn't stop driving until we were miles away from Clear Creek Road, back on paved roads, back in, well, not exactly civilization, but at least somewhere where other people were, where there were houses and buildings and noise. Anything to drown out the memory of that scream. When we finally stopped, I was still shaking. Mark was pale and quiet. We just sat there in the car for a while, breathing heavily, staring straight ahead. Finally, he spoke, his voice still shaky. What the hell was that, Tabitha?" I shook my head, tears welling up again. "I don't know, Mark. I swear I have no idea. I've never heard anything like it in my life." Days went by. I couldn't shake it. The sound just kept playing in my head over and over. That horrific scream. It haunted my dreams. I couldn't focus at work. I was jumpy, on edge. Every little noise made me flinch. Mark was shaken too, but I think it affected me more. I was the one who was in the woods, the one who heard it up close. I started going down a rabbit hole online. I had to figure out what that sound was. I searched for animal sounds, North American animal sounds, everything. Bears, mountain lions, coyotes, elk, wolves, foxes, bobcats, everything. I spent hours listening to recordings of animal vocalizations. Nothing even came close to the terror I'd heard. All those animal sounds, they were animal, understandable in a way, even the scary ones. But what I heard, it was other, something different, something wrong. I was getting desperate, frustrated, sleep-deprived. Then, I don't even remember how I stumbled across it. Bigfoot howls. I almost scrolled past it, honestly. Bigfoot. Come on. Like my mom and her Whispering Rock story. But something made me click on a link. Some grainy recording of a supposed Bigfoot howl. Just out of curiosity, I guess. Thinking it would be some joke, some prank, I clicked play. And my blood ran cold, literally cold. I felt it in my veins. The sound that came out of my speakers, it wasn't exactly the same, not quite as loud, not quite as intense as what I heard in the woods, but it was the same kind of sound, the same deep guttural inhuman scream, the same terror. My breath hitched, my hands started to shake again. I played another one, and another, and another. Different recordings from different places, different times. Some were clearer than others, some were further away, some closer. But they were all the same, variations on the same horrifying theme. It hit me like a punch in the gut. Mom's story, whispering rocks, the creature, the lifted car. I'd always dismissed it, laughed it off. Hallucinations, teenage exaggeration, whatever. But what if? What if she wasn't crazy? What if she had actually seen something? Something real? Suddenly, her story didn't seem so funny anymore. It seemed terrifyingly possible, and suddenly my experience on Clear Creek Road, that demonic scream, it wasn't just some random weird noise in the woods anymore. It had a context now, a horrifying, unbelievable context. I called Mom that night. It was late, but I couldn't wait. She answered, sleepy and confused. "Mom," I said, my voice trembling. "Mom, remember your story about whispering rocks? About the creature?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Yeah," she said slowly. "What about it?" She probably thought I was finally going to make fun of her again. "Mom," I said, I think I heard it too." I told her everything. About Clear Creek Road, about the bottle hunting, about going into the woods, about the sound. I told her about the Bigfoot howls I'd found online. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Then Mom's voice, quieter now, almost a whisper. "Oh, Tabitha," she said. "Oh, honey." She didn't say, "I told you so." She didn't gloat. She just sounded sad and scared, like she understood exactly what I'd been through, like she knew that fear, that primal, bone-deep terror. "Whispering rocks," she said after another long pause. "Clear Creek Road. They're not that far apart, you know." "No, they're not." "Too close, way too close. I don't go into the woods alone anymore, ever. Even with Mark, I'm always on edge now, listening, scanning the trees, waiting for that sound again, that scream, that unholy, terrifying scream. I still don't know what it was. I mean, I think I know. I have to, right? After hearing those recordings, after connecting it to Mom's story, Bigfoot, it has to be. But Bigfoot? Really? It sounds insane, even to me. But what else could it have been? What else could make a sound like that? And that's it, that's my story. I don't have some neat explanation. I don't have some happy ending where we solved the mystery and it turned out to be a rare bird or something. I just have that sound, that memory, that fear, and a deep, unsettling feeling that something else is out there, in the woods, watching, waiting, and sometimes it screams. But I could still feel it, that prickling on the back of my neck, the sense that I wasn't alone. I told Uncle Clifford about it a few days later. He listened, not saying much, just nodding his head. When I was done, he just looked at me with those serious blue eyes of his. "You gotta be careful out there, Ethan," he said. "There's things in these woods we don't understand." He didn't laugh, didn't dismiss it. Just said it plain and simple, like it was a fact of life. That just made it even more real to me. After that, I was always on edge whenever I was in the woods. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I still went. I couldn't stay away completely, but I was always looking over my shoulder, always listening, always expecting something. Then came that day. It was a Saturday. I remember because my dad was home, working on the car in the driveway. It was early October, crisp and sunny. Perfect day for being outside. I told my mom I was going to go exploring in the woods, maybe go down to the creek to look for crawdads. She said to be back before dark, and I promised I would. I packed a small backpack with a bottle of water, a bag of chips, and a little pocket knife. I headed out back into the woods. It was different that day. The air felt heavy, almost electric. The woods were quiet, but not the peaceful quiet I was used to. It was a tense quiet, like the woods were holding their breath. I walked along the creek trail for a while, not seeing much. Just squirrels and birds, the usual stuff. But the feeling was there again, that feeling of being watched, even stronger than before. I stopped and looked around, scanned the trees, listened. Nothing. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I decided to get off the trail, go deeper into the woods. I wanted to see if I could find anything, any sign. I figured if I was being watched, maybe it was just some deer or something. But deep down, a little part of me wondered, maybe it was something else, something like what Uncle Clifford talked about. I pushed through the undergrowth, deeper and deeper into the woods, away from the creek trail. The trees were thicker here, the sunlight dappled and dim. It was cooler, and the air smelled different, earthy and damp. And then I smelled it. That smell. Faint at first, just a hint on the breeze. But it was unmistakable. That cloying, sickeningly sweet, rotting smell, like Uncle Clifford described from near the dump. The smell of decaying flesh, but mixed with something else. Something wild, animalistic. My stomach clenched. I stopped dead, my heart starting to pound in my chest. The smell was stronger now, coming from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the woods. And with the smell, there was another sound, a low, guttural sound, like a growl, but deeper, resonating in my chest. It wasn't like any animal sound I'd ever heard before. It was wrong. I wanted to turn back, run, get out of there, but curiosity, stupid, reckless kid curiosity, kept me rooted to the spot. I had to know what it was. I had to see. I started moving again, slowly this time, carefully, stepping as quietly as I could. The smell was getting stronger, almost overwhelming now, making my eyes water and my stomach churn. The growling sound was closer too, deeper, more constant. I pushed through a thicket of bushes and stopped, my breath catching in my throat. There, in a small clearing just ahead, was it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was hunched over, its back to me, rooting around in the leaves. It was huge, bigger than I could have imagined, massive, covered in dark, shaggy hair. And the smell, it was coming from right there, from that thing. It was digging in the leaves with its hands, big, powerful hands with long fingers and thick matted hair on the back. It was making those low, growling noises, grunting and sniffing. I could see its shoulders broad and thick, and the back of its head small and pointed compared to the rest of its body. It looked like nothing I had ever seen in my life. It looked like a monster. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Could it be? Could it actually be Bigfoot? Uncle Clifford's stories flashed through my head. The smell, the size, the hunched-over posture. It all fit. But it couldn't be real. It just couldn't. This kind of stuff didn't happen in real life. Did it? I stood there frozen, watching it, my heart pounding, fear gripping me like ice water. I should run, I knew I should, get out of there fast. But I was paralyzed, glued to the spot, unable to move, just staring at this thing. Then it moved. It straightened up slowly, deliberately. It stood on two legs, unfolding like some kind of giant shadow rising from the earth. It just kept rising, taller and taller, until it was towering over me, at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. It was massive, a mountain of muscle and hair, and it turned its head, and that's when I saw its face, or what I could see of it through the hair. It was brutal. Heavy brow ridge, pushed-in nose, wide, thick lips pulled back in a snarl, showing yellowed teeth. And the eyes. Those eyes. Yellow, just like Uncle Clifford said. burning, glowing yellow eyes staring right at me. They weren't just yellow, they were intelligent. There was something behind those eyes, something watching, assessing, calculating. It wasn't just an animal looking at me. It was something else, something aware, something human-like, but not human, something primal and terrifying. It stared at me and I stared back, frozen, unable to breathe, unable to think, unable to do anything but stare into those yellow eyes. The growling stopped. The woods went completely silent again like before, just me and it, standing in that small clearing, locked in a silent, terrifying confrontation. Time seemed to stop. I don't know how long we stood there, just staring at each other. Seconds, minutes, it felt like hours. The smell was overwhelming now, thick and suffocating. I could feel my legs starting to tremble, my vision blurring at the edges. I was going to pass out, I knew it, and then, without warning, it moved. But it didn't attack, it didn't lunge, it just stepped back. One slow, deliberate step, then another. It was backing away from me slowly, keeping its eyes locked on mine the whole time. It backed away, step by step, until it was at the edge of the clearing, at the tree line. And then it just turned, and walked away, disappearing into the trees. Just like that. Gone. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at the spot where it had been, my body trembling, my breath ragged. The smell was still there, hanging heavy in the air, but fading. The silence of the woods was deafening. Finally, slowly, like waking from a nightmare, I started to move. I backed away, step by step, the way it had backed away from me, and then I turned and ran. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing through the undergrowth, stumbling, falling, scrambling back up, running. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the woods and into our backyard again. I ran straight for the house, slamming the back door behind me, locking it, just like before. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, heart pounding, every muscle in my body shaking. I was covered in sweat, leaves and dirt clinging to my clothes. I looked back at the woods, at the dark, silent trees. Nothing moved. I've never been back in those woods since that day. Never. I can't. Even now, just thinking about it, I get chills. I told Uncle Clifford about it, of course. He just listened, his face grim. "Yellow eyes, huh?" he said finally. "Yeah," I said, "yellow, burning yellow." He nodded slowly. "Well, now you know," he said. "Now you know for sure." He never told me what "now I know for sure" meant, and I never asked. Some things are better left unknown. But I know what I saw that day. I know what I smelled. I know what stared at me with those yellow eyes, and I know I'll never forget it for as long as I live. It's something that just sticks with you, changes you. And even now, all these years later, sometimes in the quiet of the night, I still smell it. Just a faint whiff, a ghost of that cloying, sickeningly sweet smell, and I'm right back there in those woods, staring into those burning yellow eyes. And the silence, the terrifying silence right before it was just gone, like it never happened. But it did. Oh God, it did. Story 3. This was back in '79, hunting season. Me and my brother Mark, we were out in the woods, you know, the patch between Ridge Road 4 and Little Willow Creek. Familiar territory. We'd hunted there plenty of times before, deer mostly. It was a cold day, leaves crunching under our boots. The kind of day where you could see your breath hanging in the air. We were moving slow, quiet, trying to be smart about it. Mark needed to take a leak, went off behind some trees, just for a minute. I stood there, shotgun ready, listening to the woods. Normal sounds at first, wind rustling the leaves, birds chattering somewhere high up. Then I heard something else, moving in the thick stuff, up ahead, sounded like a deer, or maybe a couple of them, moving through the underbrush, breaking twigs, rustling leaves a little louder than normal deer, maybe, but nothing that really set off alarms. Mark comes back, zipping up, and I put my finger to my lips, point ahead into the trees. I whispered, "Deer, I think." He nodded, got his rifle ready. We started moving forward, real slow, kind of duck walking, trying to stay low and quiet. The thicket was dense there, real tangled up with vines and stuff, low branches hanging down. Couldn't see much past a few feet. And then I stopped dead, froze solid. Everything just went silent in my head, except this picture in front of me. Right there, maybe 8 feet away, through the branches in a small clearing, was this thing. Massive. Hairy. Ape-like is the only way I can describe it, but that doesn't even come close. It was kneeling on the ground. Just kneeling there, still. Its head was down, like it was looking at the ground. Long hair, matted and tangled, covered its head and body. Not just hair either. I swear, looking back, there was moss mixed in with the hair. Green stuff, like it had been rolling around in the forest floor, or deliberately camouflaging itself. My first thought, stupidly, was that it was some kind of bear. But it wasn't a bear. It was different. The shape was wrong. The way it was built. It was human-like in a way, but distorted, massive. Its back, even kneeling, was huge. Muscles. I could see the muscles, even under all that hair and stuff. Powerfully built. Like it could rip a tree trunk in half with its bare hands. I'm guessing it was easy 7 feet tall if it stood up, maybe taller. Its eyes were closed, just knelt there with its eyes shut. Like it was meditating? That's the word that comes to mind. Meditating. But a beast like that, meditating. It didn't make any sense. I raised my shotgun. Instinct. Hunter's instinct. See something big, brown, and potentially dangerous, you raise your gun. But then I hesitated. Something stopped me. It was the stillness, the peace of it. It just didn't feel like a dangerous animal, not in that moment, not kneeling there with its eyes closed. It felt, I don't know, wrong to shoot it. Like shooting a person, except it wasn't a person, it was something else. I slowly lowered my shotgun just a bit. My heart was hammering in my chest like it was trying to punch its way out. I could feel the sweat starting to bead up on my forehead, even in the cold. "Mark," I whispered, barely loud enough to hear myself. I didn't want to shout, didn't want to spook, whatever that thing was. "Mark, behind me. Slow, backwards." I could hear him rustling behind me, but he couldn't see anything from where he was, behind the thickest part of the brush. "What? What is it?" he whispered back, voice shaky. "Just back up. Now. Don't make a sound." I kept my eyes on the thing. It hadn't moved. Still kneeling, eyes closed. Like it hadn't even heard us. Or maybe it had, and just didn't care. That thought sent a shiver down my spine. Imagine something that big and powerful, and it just doesn't care that you're there, with a gun pointed at it. We started crawling backwards, slowly, carefully. Branches scratching at our faces, clothes snagging on thorns, leaves crunching under our knees no matter how careful we tried to be. Every second felt like an eternity. I kept glancing back at the thing, still kneeling there, still motionless, still with its eyes closed. Finally, we were out of the thicket. We scrambled back to our feet and just ran. Ran like hell. Didn't stop running until we were way out of the woods, back on the edge of the field, panting, gasping for air, hearts pounding in our ears. We looked back at the woods, dark and silent. Nothing moved. We didn't say much on the walk back home. Couldn't. Too shaken up. Too weirded out. We finally told Dad about it when we got back to the truck. Told him about the sounds, about going into the thicket, about seeing it. Dad, he listened. He didn't laugh, didn't call us crazy. He knew we weren't the type to make things up. He could see it on our faces. The fear. Something else. Disbelief, maybe. Next day, Dad, he went back to the woods. Alone. We begged him not to go, but he said he had to see for himself. He was gone for hours. When he came back, he was quiet. Didn't say much at first. Finally, he just said, "I found it." "Found what?" Mark asked, nervous. "The bed," Dad said, "where something had been laying." He said he found this depression in the leaves and pine needles, in the same area we'd described, like something big had been sleeping there or kneeling there for a long time. He said it was big, bigger than any deer bed he'd ever seen, and it smelled musky. He didn't go into details, but you could tell it freaked him out too. Dad told us we weren't to go back to those woods. Ever. "Stay away from there," he said, voice firm. "There's things out there we don't understand, things we don't need to mess with." We didn't argue. We were more than happy to stay away. But it didn't stay away from me. Not really. For weeks after that, I had nightmares. Bad ones. Waking up in a cold sweat, heart racing, seeing that thing kneeling there in my mind. Just the stillness of it, the sheer size of it, and those closed eyes. What was it thinking? What was it feeling? Sleep became a battlefield. I dreaded going to bed, knowing the nightmares were waiting for me. During the day, I'd jump at shadows, at noises in the woods behind our house. Everything felt watched, like something was always out there, just beyond the trees, just out of sight, waiting. One night I couldn't sleep at all, tossed and turned for hours. Finally, I just got up, went to the window in my bedroom, stood there looking out into the dark. Our house was on the edge of town, woods right behind us, could see the trees in the moonlight, swaying gently in the breeze. Further back, past the trees, was a parking lot, light from the shopping center down the road. Just a faint glow in the distance, barely cutting through the darkness of the woods. I was just standing there, staring out into the blackness when I saw it. Eyeshine, reflecting back from the woods, right where the parking lot light was just barely hitting, just 2 points of light way back in the trees, watching me. My blood ran cold. It wasn't deer eyeshine. Deer eyes are more orange or reddish. This was different, more yellow maybe, brighter, and they were too high up off the ground for a deer, too wide apart for a coyote. And it wasn't just the eyeshine, it was the feeling. The same feeling I had in the woods when I saw that thing kneeling there, that unsettling gaze. Even in the dark, even just seeing the eyeshine, I knew. It was the same thing. It was watching me, from the woods. Strangely, fear didn't completely overwhelm me this time. There was fear, yeah, but it was mixed with something else. Curiosity, maybe. And a strange sense of calm. Weird, right? Seeing something like that, knowing it's out there watching you and feeling calm. But that's what it was, like, I don't know, like it wasn't hostile, just observing. I stood there at the window for a long time, just staring back at those eyes. They didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. Finally, I don't know why, but I just nodded. Just a small nod, like acknowledging it. Acknowledging that I saw it, that I knew it was there. And then, slowly, the eyeshine disappeared, just faded away into the darkness. Gone. I went back to bed then, and for the first time in weeks, I slept through the night. No nightmares, just peace. Didn't see the eyeshine again after that. But the feeling stayed with me, that sense of something else being out there. Something big, something unknown. Years went by. Years. We still hunted, me and my brothers, but never back in those woods. We stayed away, just like Dad told us. But the memory of that thing in the thicket that never really faded. Then, a few years later, must have been 82 or 83 maybe. We were hunting again, different spot this time. Fields further north, not too far from where we'd seen it before. Close enough to those old woods, though. Too close, maybe. Me and my brothers, all three of us this time. Mark and then our younger brother, Kevin. We were set up in a field overlooking a line of woods. Me and Mark were up in tree stands. Kevin was on the ground, moving through the edge of the field, trying to push deer towards us. It was a quiet morning. Cold again, frosty fields, sun just starting to come up, painting the sky pink and orange. Everything was still, peaceful, too peaceful maybe. Then it started, a sound, a roar, but not like any roar I'd ever heard before. Not like a bear, not like a mountain lion. This was different, deeper, louder, more guttural, like something huge and ancient was waking up. A thunderous roar that just ripped through the silence of the morning. And it was close, too close. Sounded like it was coming from right inside the woods line, just on the other side of the field, approaching fast. Then we heard it crashing through the woods, not just breaking twigs and rustling leaves this time. This was tearing, crashing, trees snapping, brush getting ripped apart. Like a bulldozer was plowing through the woods, but moving way too fast, way too violently. The roar came again, closer this time, louder, and then we heard panting, heavy, ragged panting, and sniffing, like something was sniffing the air, trying to pick up a scent. Fear, real fear, not just spooked like seeing a bear. This was primal fear, the kind that makes your hair stand on end, that turns your blood to ice water. I was up in my tree stand, frozen solid, gun raised, but I knew it wouldn't matter, not against whatever was making that sound. Mark was in his tree stand, a little ways off from me. I could see him, his face pale, eyes wide. Kevin was on the ground, closer to the woods line. I yelled, "Kevin! Get out of there, now!" He didn't need telling twice. He took off running back towards the truck, which was parked further out in the field. The crashing in the woods was getting closer, louder, the roaring again, panting, sniffing. It was coming right towards us, towards the field, towards us. Mark started climbing down his tree stand fast as he could. I did too. Didn't even think about grabbing our stuff, our backpacks, anything. Just get down, get out of there. We hit the ground and just started running, all three of us, across the field back towards the truck. Running like our lives depended on it, because they probably did. We didn't look back, didn't dare to. Just ran. Ran until we reached the truck, scrambled in, slammed the doors, and I gunned it. Tires spitting gravel, we fishtailed out of there, back onto the dirt road. Didn't slow down until we were miles away, back on the main highway. We drove in silence for a long time, just breathing hard, heart still pounding. Finally, Mark spoke, voice still shaky. "What? What was that?" I shook my head. "Don't know. Don't want to know." Kevin just sat there, staring out the window, white as a sheet. We never hunted those fields again, never hunted anywhere near those woods. We were done, completely, utterly done with it. To this day, I can't explain it. Can't explain what we saw in the thicket in 79 or what we heard in the fields in 83. Bigfoot? Maybe. Something else? Probably. Something ancient. Something powerful. Something unknown. I still get those nights, late at night when everything is quiet, and I think about it. Think about those eyes shine in the woods, watching me from the dark. Think about that roar, tearing through the morning silence. Think about that kneeling figure, still and silent in the thicket. And I still don't know what to make of it, don't know what to believe. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. And I know there are things out there, things we don't understand, things we shouldn't mess with, things that are just out there, watching, waiting, and sometimes letting us know they're there. And that's all I got. I still can't shake the feeling that it's still out there. Story 4. It was late summer, maybe the very edge of fall pushing in. Willow Creek was that kind of place where summer hung on longer, like it was reluctant to let go. 59 or maybe 60, I never quite pinned down the year. Didn't have much reason to back then. We were just kids, you know. Time was just time. Summer meant swimming in the Sandusky, catching crawdads, and generally being wild. Fall meant football and bonfires and, yeah, still being wild, just maybe with a jacket on. We lived right on the edge of town, the kind of place where the blacktop ended and gravel started. Cornfields behind us, the river down the road a piece. Small town Ohio. You get the picture. My dad wasn't around. Never was, really. So it was just me and my mom. Didn't make me special or anything in Willow Creek. Plenty of kids with single moms back then, even if folks didn't talk about it much. My friends, though, they were my family, my brothers in a way. We did everything together, especially during the summers. There was Billy, skinny as a rail but quick as lightning, always getting into scrapes. Then there was Mark, the smart one, always reading, but down for anything, even if he pretended to be above it. Tommy was the big guy, the muscle, kind of quiet but loyal as a dog. And Ricky, the joker, always cracking wise, keeping things light, even when they probably shouldn't have been. That was my crew. Fishing was big in Willow Creek. Sandusky River was full of bass, catfish, you name it. And we were always trying to outdo each other with the biggest catch, the best story. That week we were planning a big fishing trip downriver, wanted to hit some spots Tommy's uncle told him about. But we were low on bait. Night crawlers, big juicy ones. That's what we needed. And the best place for night crawlers? The Willow Creek Golf Course. Now I know what you're thinking. Golf course, stealing worms. Yeah, well, when you're 12, 13, something like that, you don't think too much about trespassing, especially when it's for something as important as fishing bait. And it wasn't like we were tearing up the greens. We were being sneaky, quiet, just going for the worms. The golf course was out on the edge of town, past our place even, kind of isolated. They watered the greens every night, so even in that dry summer, the grass was always damp and soft, perfect for worms. There was this spot down near the river. The river made this kind of S-bend there, and the locals called it Cat Heaven. I never knew exactly why. Maybe there were a lot of stray cats there. I don't know. But we knew that spot, and we knew the worms were thick there. Moonless night, black as pitch, or close to it. We snuck out after dark, like we were pulling off some major heist. Flashlights off, trying to be as quiet as possible, slipping through the woods that bordered the golf course. You could smell the cut grass, that kind of fresh, almost sweet smell, and the damp earth. We got onto the edge of the fairway, and it was eerie quiet. No cars, no people, just the rustling of leaves in the trees and the river murmuring somewhere down below. We made our way towards Cat Heaven, quiet as mice. Once we got down near the S-bend, we spread out a bit, flipping over divots of grass, shining our flashlights low to the ground. And man, those worms were there. Fat, juicy night crawlers, wriggling all over the place. We were filling our cans up fast, feeling pretty good about ourselves. Mission accomplished, you know. Then we heard it. Footsteps. Down by the riverbank, crunching leaves, snapping twigs. We froze, flashlights off again, hearts hammering. We thought maybe it was the groundskeeper or some other grown-up. We were trespassing after all. "Hey!" Billy yelled out, his voice cracking a little, trying to sound tough. "Who's there?" Stupid move, looking back. But we were kids. We figured if it was just someone walking by, they'd say something. Maybe tell us to get lost. But what we got wasn't words. It was a crack. Loud as a gunshot, echoing across the quiet golf course. We jumped, all of us startled. Another crack. Louder this time. We figured it out then. A tree. Something was breaking trees down by the river. My first thought was a deer. Big buck maybe, caught in the brush, thrashing around. But the sounds, they were heavy. Too heavy for a deer. And too loud. "Maybe it's just some bum," Ricky whispered, trying to keep the bravado up. "Maybe he's chopping firewood or something." Yeah, right. At midnight, on a golf course? We weren't that dumb. But we were trying to convince ourselves, trying to keep from being really spooked. 5 of us together, we felt safer, I guess. Stuck together, listening. The crunching started again. Footsteps, definite footsteps, coming closer to the riverbank, closer to us. Heavy footsteps. And then, that sound. It's hard to describe. A swirling sound. Like like a rope being swung around your head real fast, but louder, deeper, almost mechanical but not quite. Whooshing, swirling, it made the hair on my arms stand up. The footsteps and the swirling sound kept moving, getting closer. Whatever it was coming right along the riverbank, right towards Cat Heaven, right towards us. I remember the air feeling different, colder somehow, even though it was still summer warm. And there was a smell, faint but there, like ozone maybe, or something metallic mixed with something else, something animal, musky, rotten almost. Just a whiff of it, but enough to make my stomach churn. Then it happened. It wasn't a voice I heard out loud, not from my ears. It was inside my head, clear as a bell, but not spoken words. More like a feeling, an impression, but sharp and urgent. If you don't leave now, you'll be surrounded. That was it. No voice, just that thought slamming into my mind. And it wasn't my thought. I knew that instantly. It was something else. Something outside of me, pushing in. Instinct, that's the only word for it. Pure, raw instinct. Every cell in my body screamed, run. And I didn't even hesitate. Didn't think about my friends. Didn't think about the worms. Didn't think about anything except getting away. I bolted, sprinted. Right then and there, without a word to the others, I just took off. I remember tripping a little at first, stumbling over the uneven ground. But then I found my footing and just ran. Downhill, away from the river, away from Cat Heaven, towards the lower part of the golf course. I didn't look back. Just ran and ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I don't know how far I ran. Long enough. Far enough to feel like I was safe, or at least safer. I finally slowed down, gasping for air, bent over, hands on my knees. My legs were shaking. I was shaking all over. That feeling, that voice in my head. It had terrified me in a way nothing ever had before. After a minute or two, I straightened up and looked back, towards Cat Heaven, towards the river. And then I saw them, my friends, running towards me, pounding across the fairway just like I had, fear etched on their faces. They reached me out of breath, stumbling, talking all at once. "Patrick, what the hell? Why did you run?" Billy was yelling, half angry, half scared. "Dude, you just took off," Mark said, his glasses askew. We thought something got you. We were going to run after you, but then..." Tommy started, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Then what?" I asked, still trying to catch my breath. I hadn't seen whatever had scared them. I'd just run. They all stopped talking at once and pointed. Up, not back towards the river, but straight up into the sky, above Cat Heaven. "Look!" Ricky shouted, his voice high-pitched, almost hysterical. "Look up there!" I looked, and for a second I didn't see anything. Just the black sky, scattered with stars, the same stars I'd always seen. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw it. Above the trees, above the bend in the river, hanging in the air, perfectly silent. Something, dull grey, cigar-shaped, long, maybe 13, 14 feet, maybe longer, just hanging there. No lights, no sound, nothing. What is that?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "Flying saucer," Mark breathed. He sounded like he was in shock, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Flying saucer," Billy scoffed, but his voice trembled. "Bullshit. That's an airplane. A weird one." "No engine sound," Tommy said, his usual quiet voice even quieter now. "No lights. Airplanes have lights." Ricky was just staring, mouth open, eyes wide, like he'd seen a ghost. And maybe we had. I strained my eyes, trying to get a better look, but there was this big sycamore tree right in my line of sight. Its branches were heavy with leaves, blocking most of the view. I could just catch glimpses of it, the dull grey shape hanging there against the night sky. But not clearly, not like they were seeing it. They were all staring straight at it, mesmerized. I can't see it," I said, frustrated. "The tree, I can't see it right." They were still pointing, still staring, but then slowly, hesitantly, they started to turn, to look back at me. Their faces, they were white, whiter than I'd ever seen them. "Patrick," Billy said, his voice shaky, you didn't see it by the river, before you ran." "See what?" I asked, confused. "I heard the tree breaking, I heard the swirling sound, and then that voice in my head. That's all I saw, or didn't see. It was dark." They exchanged looks, like they were trying to figure something out, something that I didn't know. "We saw something else," Mark finally said, his voice quiet. "By the river, before we saw that thing in the sky. Something walking," Tommy added, his voice barely audible. "Walking? Like a person?" I asked, still looking up at the sky, trying to get a clear view of that silent grey thing. Ricky shook his head slowly. "Not like a person, Patrick. Taller, way taller, and black. Just black, against the river." "We only saw it for a second," Billy said, his voice regaining a little strength. "When the tree cracked, it was like a shadow, but solid, and big. And then it was gone," Mark finished. "And then we saw that thing up there." He gestured towards the sky, towards the grey shape still hanging silently above Cat Heaven. We stood there for a long time, just staring, at the sky, at each other, back at the trees by the river. The grey thing in the sky didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was just there. And then, just as silently as it had appeared, it was gone. Vanished. Like it had never been there at all. One minute it was hanging in the sky, the next minute, nothing. Just stars again. We didn't say much after that. We were all too freaked out. We walked back to town in silence, flashlights off, just the faint glow of the stars and the moon that had finally started to peek through the clouds. When we got back to my place, we just kind of drifted apart. No good nights, no see you tomorrows. Just gone. I went inside. My mom was already asleep. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing. What had we seen? What had I heard? That voice, that warning, and that thing in the sky, and what my friends had seen by the river, that black, tall shadow. For years, we didn't talk about it much. Not really. It was like some unspoken thing between us. A secret we shared, a fear we couldn't explain. We'd occasionally mention it in hushed tones, but never really dig into it. Too weird, too scary. Easier to just forget it happened. Except you can't really forget something like that. Not ever. Years later, maybe 20 years later, I was back in Willow Creek visiting my mom. I ran into Old Man Hemmings at the hardware store. He was ancient then, even older than he is now. Always had stories about the old days. We were talking about the river, about fishing, and somehow, I don't remember how, the conversation drifted to Cat Heaven, to that bend in the river on the golf course. And Old Man Hemmings, he looked at me real serious, his eyes cloudy and old. And he said, "You know, that place is different, that Cat Heaven. Things happen there." I just nodded, not saying anything, waiting to see what he'd say. He leaned in closer, like he was sharing some big secret. "Back in the 50s, he said, "I saw something out there myself. Same spot, up in the sky, just like you boys probably did." I froze. You saw something?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded again, slow and deliberate. "Yep, flying saucer, plain as day, just hanging there, silent. Out by Cat Heaven. Never told nobody about it much. Folks would think I was crazy." He chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound. "But you boys were out there too, weren't you? That night." I just stared at him, speechless. How did he know? How could he possibly know? We hadn't told anyone about it, not really. He just smiled, a knowing smile, and winked. "Sandusky River's got its secrets, son," he said. "Always has. Always will." And then he just walked away, shuffling down the aisle, leaving me standing there, staring after him, my blood running cold. What was by the river that night? What broke those trees? What made that swirling sound? What was that voice in my head? And what the hell was hanging in the sky above Cat Heaven? Flying saucer? Maybe it was just a trick of the light, mass hallucination, teenage imagination running wild. Maybe. But I still remember that fear, that cold, bone-deep fear. And I still remember that voice. If you don't leave now, you'll be surrounded. And I still can't shake the image of that dull, grey, silent shape hanging in the night sky above Willow Creek. To this day, I don't have answers, just questions, and a feeling that something happened out there that night, something real, something I just can't explain, and I don't think I ever will. Story 5. It was up there, you know, up the mountain behind Mayflower Camp. We called it the mountain, but it wasn't some huge peak, just a steep wooded rise that loomed over our little collection of shacks and the mine entrance. Hogpen was at the very top. Pa built it strong, logs lashed together thick as my thigh. Figured it'd keep 'em safe from anything that might wander out of those woods. I was just a kid then, maybe 12, something like that. 42 or 43, gotta be. Everything's hazy now, like looking through dirty water. But some things just stick with you, burned right into your brain. My job was the hogs. Feeding them, cleaning the pen when it got too ripe, making sure they had water. Hogs were important. They meant meat for the table. Pa always said, "Arnold, those hogs are going to feed us through the winter." So I took it serious, even at that age. That day, just like any other, Ma packed me a bucket with slop, potato peels, stale bread, whatever scraps she could find. Smelled sour naturally. Hogs loved it. Sun was already high, making the air thick and sticky. Virginia summers are like that, all humidity and sweat. Climbing up to the hog pen was always a chore, especially with a full bucket. Trail was steep, loose dirt and rocks, switchbacking through the trees. Sunlight flickered through the leaves, making everything dappled and shifting. Just the usual sounds of the woods, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, the distant clang of hammers down at the mine. Reached the top, finally out of breath, sweat running down my back. Set the bucket down to catch my breath for a second. That's when I saw it, standing right there. Not in the pen with the hogs. They were snorting and rooting around the far side, oblivious. No, this thing was outside the pen, just standing at the edge of the woods, maybe 15 feet away, just watching me. First thing I noticed was the hair. Reddish-brown, thick, shaggy. Covered it head to toe. Looked almost like a fur coat. Tall, too. Taller than Pa, and Pa was a big man, 6 feet easy, maybe more. It stood upright like a man, but not. Something was off. Its face, hard to describe. Didn't look like an animal, didn't look like a man either. Brow ridge stuck out, eyes were dark, deep-set and intelligent. Yeah, that's the word, intelligent. Like it was really seeing me, thinking something, like it was curious. Looked kind of like Chewbacca, you know, from those Star Wars movies later on. Except real. This was flesh and blood and hair and muscle, not make-believe. Smelled musky, kind of like wet dog and woods dirt. Not a bad smell, just strong, animal-like. I froze naturally, heart hammering in my chest. Didn't scream, didn't run, just stood there staring. It just stood there too, watching me back. For what felt like forever, but was probably just a minute or two. We just looked at each other, me, a skinny kid with a bucket of hog slop, and this creature from the woods. And you know what? I wasn't scared. Not really. Surprised, yeah. Stunned, sure, but not scared. It didn't seem threatening, just there, observing. Then, just like that, it moved, turned away from me, slow and deliberate, and started walking. Not running, not hurrying, just walking towards Kentucky. Didn't look back, just swung its arms, long arms they were, hanging down past its knees, swinging just like Patty in that film, the Patterson-Gimlin film. You know the one? That's when it clicked. Years later, when I saw that grainy film, that's when I knew. That's what I'd seen. A Bigfoot. Right there in front of me. At the time, I didn't know what to call it. Didn't know what it was. Just something different. Something that didn't belong in the woods, and yet clearly did. Curiosity got the better of me. After it started walking away, I took a few steps forward, bucket still in hand. Followed it for a bit. Just a few steps into the woods. Watched it move between the trees, its reddish-brown hair blending with the shadows and the tree trunks. Then it was gone. Just vanished into the undergrowth, like it was swallowed by the woods. I stood there for a while, staring at the spot where it had disappeared. Then I dumped the slop in the hog pen. The pigs went nuts, grunting and shoving. Finished my chores, went back down the mountain. Didn't tell anyone. Not Ma, not Pa, nobody. Who'd believe me? A 12-year-old kid seeing some hairy man thing on the mountain? They'd laugh. Or worse, they'd worry. Figured it was best to just keep it to myself. It was my secret, my strange, quiet encounter. For years, that's how it stayed. Just a memory, a weird kind of cool memory, like I'd seen something special, something nobody else had. Didn't think about it much, not day to day. Just tucked it away in the back of my mind, brought it out every now and then, looked at it, wondered about it, then put it back. Then there was the other thing. The thing that happened a couple years before. That one wasn't quiet. That one was loud. That one still makes my skin crawl. We lived in a small cabin, just down the slope from the hog pen, maybe a quarter mile. Close enough to hear things clearly, especially at night. Nights in the mountains are dark, real dark, and quiet. Quiet like you wouldn't believe, except when they weren't. One night I remember it clear as day, clearer than the Bigfoot even in some ways. Maybe because it was sharper, more painful to remember. We were all asleep. Pa, Ma, me, my younger sister Sarah. Cabin was small. We all slept in one room, close together. Middle of the night. Don't know what time exactly, just deep, dark, quiet night. Then it started. Screams, piercing screams, like someone was being murdered. Woman's scream, high-pitched, desperate, full of pure, raw terror, cut through the night like a knife. Woke me up instantly, heart leaping into my throat. The screams were coming from the hillside towards the hog pen, coming from up the mountain. I sat bolt upright in bed, frozen. Sheets were soaked with cold sweat in seconds. Sarah was whimpering in her sleep. Ma stirred next to me, groaning. Pa was snoring away, deep sleeper Pa. The screaming went on, not just one scream, but a series. Shrieks, wails, cries of agony, like something was tearing someone apart. Sounded exactly like a woman being tortured, being killed. Went on, felt like forever. Every scream sharper, more desperate than the last. Air in the cabin felt thick, heavy, suffocating. Silence after each scream was worse than the scream itself, filled with the echoes of pain. Ma was awake now, grabbing my arm, squeezing tight. Face was white in the darkness. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," she whispered over and over. "What is that, Arnold? What is that awful sound?" I didn't know what to say, didn't know what it was, just knew it was the most terrifying sound I'd ever heard. And it was close, too close. Finally, Pa woke up, bolted upright in bed, blinking, confused. What in the blue blazes? Another scream, even louder this time, right outside. It felt like almost above the cabin on the mountain. Then it stopped, just cut off. Silence again, heavy, thick silence. Only sound was Ma's ragged breathing and the thump, thump, thumping of my own heart. We stayed like that for a long time, just sat there in the dark, listening, every nerve in my body screaming, waiting for the screams to start again. But they didn't. Silence. Just the crickets chirping in the distance, trying to pretend nothing had happened. Pa finally got up, lit the lantern, the weak yellow light barely pushing back the darkness in the cabin. Face was grim. "Something's wrong," he said, voice low and rough. "Something ain't right." Morning came slow. Each minute dragged. No one slept anymore. Just sat huddled together, waiting for the sun to come up, waiting for the darkness to let go. First light, Pa grabbed his rifle. Old lever-action Winchester, always kept it loaded, said you never knew what the woods might bring. He went outside, slowly, cautiously. Ma made us stay inside, keep the door bolted. Sarah was crying softly now, clutching Ma's skirt. Felt like hours he was gone. But it was probably only minutes. Then he came back, face even grimmer than before. He didn't say anything, just motioned for me to come with him. We went up the mountain towards the hog pen. Ma and Sarah stayed behind, watching from the doorway of the cabin, small figures against the morning mist. Got to the hog pen. Everything looked normal at first glance. Hogs were milling around, grunting, rooting in the mud. Sunlight was starting to break through the trees, casting long shadows. Morning air was cool, crisp, seemed peaceful almost. Then Pa pointed. One of the hogs was lying apart from the others, near the edge of the pen. Big sow, 200 pounds easy, just lying there still, didn't move when we got closer. Pa climbed into the pen, rifle ready, approached the hog cautiously. Then he swore, low and sharp. Sweet Jesus. I climbed in after him, peered over the pen logs, saw it then, saw what was wrong. The hog was alive, just barely, breathing shallow, chest rising and falling slow, but mangled, badly. One of its hind legs, gone, clean gone, right at the hip joint, just a bloody stump, bones sticking out white and splintered. Rest of its body was surprisingly clean. No scratches, no claw marks, no bite wounds anywhere else, just that leg. Chewed off, eaten, and not neatly, not like a clean bite from a bear or a wolf. Looked ragged, torn, chewed, like something had just ripped it off and devoured it raw, right there in the pen, while the hog was alive, struggling, screaming. Ground around the hog was churned up, muddy and bloody. Pen logs were splintered in places, like something had been thrashing against them, trying to get in, or trying to pull something out. That's when it hit me. The screams from the night before. It hadn't been a woman. It had been the hog. That poor, terrified animal being attacked, being eaten alive, its screams echoing through the night, sounding human in their pain and desperation. We checked around, found no tracks, nothing clear anyway. Ground was too muddy. Pa said it wasn't a bear. Bear would have left claw marks, ripped open the hog, eaten more than just a leg. Wasn't a wildcat, wasn't a dog, wasn't anything he could figure. He'd seen animal kills before, hunting all his life. This was different, wrong. We had to put the hog down. Pa did it quick, one shot from the Winchester, mercy killing. Then we just stood there looking at the dead animal, at the bloody stump where its leg should have been. Silence again, but not the same silence as last night. This silence was heavy with something else, something cold and unsettling, something we couldn't name. We never figured out what did it, never knew what attacked that hog, tore off its leg, made it scream like that in the night. Folks around Mayflower talked about mountain lions, maybe a rogue bear, but Pa shook his head. He knew better. He knew it wasn't natural, wasn't something he understood. And me, I didn't say anything. Didn't tell anyone about seeing that hairy creature in the woods a couple years later. Didn't connect them. Not then. But now I think about it. Think about those screams. Think about that hog, torn apart. Think about that tall, hairy thing I saw on the mountain. The one that walked towards Kentucky. The one that looked like Chewbacca but smelled of musk and woods dirt. And I wonder if maybe there wasn't just one of them up there on the mountain. Wonder if maybe there was something else too, something darker, something hungrier, something that screamed like a woman dying and ate hogs alive in the night. Wonder if the thing I saw wasn't just curious. Wonder if it was something else entirely, something connected to those screams, something connected to the blood and the terror on that hillside. Maybe there were two of them. Maybe the gentle giant I saw, the one that just walked away. Maybe it wasn't the only one up there. Maybe there was another kind, a meaner kind, a predator. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and dark and the wind howls outside, sometimes I still hear those screams in my head, and I think about that leg chewed off, raw and bloody, and I look out at the woods dark and still and silent. And I wonder if it's still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting, and I still don't know what to make of it. Don't know what to believe, just know what I saw, and what I heard, and what I can't ever forget. Story 6. It happened in 1857, south of Fish Mountain. Makes my skin crawl just thinking about it, even now, all these years later. I was just a kid then, maybe 14, 15 tops. Me and Jacob, he was older, worked for my pa. Good guy, Jacob, strong as an ox. Anyway, some of Pa's cattle went missing. Important cattle too, breeding stock. Pa was fit to be tied. Sent me and Jacob out to find them. We rode out early that morning, tracked them for hours, up into the foothills of Fish Mountain. Sun started dipping, painting the sky all orange and purple. Beautiful, yeah, but Jacob started to look uneasy. Said we were getting too far out, too close to nightfall. He was right, but we were close to finding them. I could feel it. Stubborn kid I was. We kept pushing, didn't find the cattle, just got darker and darker. Finally, Jacob called it, said we had to camp out, find the herd come morning. I didn't argue. We were both worn out. We found a little clearing, some trees to break the wind. Made a small fire, just enough to take the chill off and maybe scare off any critters. Ate some jerky and biscuits we'd brought, sat there for a bit listening to the crackle of the fire and the night sounds. Mostly crickets and the rustle of leaves. Felt normal, you know, like just another night in the woods. Boy, was I wrong. Jacob took first watch. I was dead tired. Wrapped myself in my blanket, leaned against my saddle, and was out cold in minutes. I don't know how long I slept, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of hours when I heard it. A sound that just sliced right through the quiet, like something in pure agony. A scream, but deeper, raspier, not human at all. It clawed at my ears, woke me up instantly. Heart pounding in my chest like a drum gone wild. I sat bolt upright, eyes wide open, trying to see through the darkness. Fire was dying down, just embers glowing red. Jacob was gone, vanished. My breath hitched in my throat. "Jacob," I whispered, voice shaking. Silence, except for the crickets again, and the wind whispering through the trees. Then I heard it again, closer this time. That same horrifying cry, but now mixed with something else. A kind of low growl, like a wild animal, but way bigger, way meaner sounding. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing for the pistol Pa had made me carry. Hands trembling so bad I could barely hold it. I fumbled, trying to cock it, adrenaline flooding my system, making me clumsy and stupid. And then I saw it, standing there, just beyond the firelight, massive, towering over the trees, darker than the night around it, like it was sucking the light right out of the air. I couldn't make out details at first, just this hulking shape. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like something out of a nightmare, solid and real and standing right in front of me. Then it moved, stepped into the firelight, and I could see eyes. 2 eyes, burning like coals, red, intense, fixed right on me. They weren't just eyes. They were like holes burned into the darkness, filled with fire. That's what I remember most, those eyes. The shape became clearer as it moved closer. It was like a man, kind of, but not. Too big, way too big. Must have been 8, maybe 9 feet tall. Muscles bulging under what looked like thick matted fur, hands like shovels, claws, claws, long and black and sharp. And the face, God, the face, brutish, snout-like, with teeth that looked like broken stones. And those eyes, always those eyes. I froze, couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just stared, paralyzed with terror. This thing, this monster just stood there looking at me. That awful growl rumbled in its chest, deep and vibrating, like it was coming from the earth itself. It smelled rank, like wet fur and something rotten mixed with something else I couldn't place, something ancient. Then it reached out, one of those huge clawed hands, faster than I thought something that big could move. It grabbed me, clamped around my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs. Pain shot through me like my ribs were cracking. I screamed or tried to, but no sound came out, just a wheeze. It lifted me, just lifted me off the ground like I weighed nothing, held me in the air, facing those burning eyes. I thrashed, kicked, clawed at its arm, trying to get free, but it was like trying to fight a tree, immovable, inexorable. Jacob. Where was Jacob? I strained to look around to see if Jacob was anywhere, if he was fighting this thing, but there was nothing, only the trees, the darkness, and those burning red eyes. It started moving, not back into the woods, but towards the mountain, dragging me with it. My feet scrabbled against the ground, useless. Every bump, every rock tore at my boots. Branches whipped at my face, scratched my skin. I was being pulled, dragged, helpless as a rag doll. We went uphill. The terrain got steeper, rougher. Loose rocks slid under my feet as it pulled me along. I was getting slammed against rocks, trees, everything. Each jolt sent waves of pain through my body. I think I passed out for a little while, or maybe I was just in shock. Everything went blurry and distant. But then the pain would come back, sharp and real, snapping me back to the nightmare. We kept going up, higher and higher, into the mountain itself. The trees thinned out, replaced by sharp, jagged rocks. The air got colder, sharper. The ground became loose shale, treacherous to walk on even if I hadn't been dragged. The monster just kept going, sure-footed and relentless. It didn't seem to tire, didn't even seem to notice me, except as something to be hauled along. Finally, it stopped. Abruptly, it dropped me, just let go. I landed hard, slamming onto the rocks, winded again. I gasped for air, pain exploding in my ribs, my legs, my arms. Everything hurt. I looked up. We were in front of a cave, hidden, almost swallowed by the rocks and shadows. I hadn't seen it before, not in the darkness. Now, in the faint light of the moon that was just starting to peek over the mountain ridge, I could make it out. A dark, gaping maw in the side of the mountain, and the monster. Grognak, that's what I called it in my head. That name just popped into my mind, Grognak. Grognak stood there, blocking the entrance, its back to me, looking into the cave. It turned its head slightly, just enough so those burning eyes were on me again. Then it gestured, just a jerk of its head towards the cave, like it was telling me to go in. Panic seized me again. No way was I going in there. Whatever was in that cave, it couldn't be worse than this thing. Could it? Grognak took a step towards me. That growl rumbled again, closer this time, more menacing. I knew then I had no choice. If I tried to run, it would catch me. If I refused to go in the cave, it would... I didn't even want to think about what it would do. Slowly, stiffly, I got to my feet. Every muscle screamed in protest. I stumbled towards the cave entrance. Grognak moved aside, letting me pass. I stepped into the darkness. It was colder in the cave, damp too, and it smelled different. Not just earthy and damp, but something else, something mineral, almost metallic. As my eyes adjusted, I started to see. It wasn't completely dark. There was a faint glow coming from deeper inside the cave. I moved forward cautiously, slowly. My pistol was still in my hand, I realized. Dumbly, I raised it, pointing it into the darkness, like that would do any good against whatever was in here. My heart hammered against my ribs, harder than ever. The cave opened up, widened into a huge chamber, and that's when I saw the glow. It wasn't firelight. It was the walls. The cave walls were glowing, not brightly but softly, eerily, like some kind of moss or crystals embedded in the rock, giving off a faint, pale light. Phosphorescent, that's the word. Like rotting wood in the dark, but colder, stranger. The light revealed more of the cave. It was vast, much bigger than it looked from the entrance. Stalagmites and stalactites dripped from the ceiling and rose from the floor, like frozen fingers reaching out, and skeletons everywhere, scattered across the cave floor. Animal skeletons mostly, deer, elk, rabbits, birds, but also something else. Bigger skeletons, some almost human-shaped but too big, too distorted, and some just weird, bones I couldn't even recognize, a charnel house, a graveyard of the lost. It was horrifying. I wanted to throw up, and then I saw her, in the back of the cave, in a smaller alcove, hidden in shadow. At first I thought it was a statue, something carved from pale stone. But then she moved. A woman. Beautiful. Unbelievably beautiful. Pale skin, long dark hair that fell around her shoulders like a curtain. Wearing a long white dress, simple but elegant, she was sitting on a kind of rock throne, almost like she was waiting. She looked up as I stepped further into the chamber. Her eyes were sad, deep, dark, mournful eyes that seemed to see right through me. She was beautiful, yes, but there was a deep sorrow about her, a weight of sadness that just radiated from her. And next to her, Grognak, standing guard, looking down at her, almost protective. It didn't make sense. This monster and this beautiful woman together in this horrible cave. Grognak growled softly, a low rumble in its chest like a warning. But the woman, she held up a hand. A delicate, pale hand. Grognak stopped growling, just watched me. The woman looked at me, those sad eyes fixed on mine. And she spoke. Her voice was soft, melodious, like the whisper of wind chimes. "Leave," she said. Just that one word. But it wasn't just the word itself. It was the way she said it. Urgent, pleading, like she was desperate for me to understand. She reached down, and I thought Grognak would stop her, would attack me, but it didn't. She picked something up from beside her throne, a small piece of something. White. Like bone, maybe. Or cardstock. She held it out to me. Hesitantly, I stepped closer. Grognak watched every move I made, those burning eyes never leaving me. I reached out, took the object from her hand. It was a card. Small, rectangular, made of stiff white cardstock. Like something you'd write a message on. There was writing on it, faint, barely visible in the dim light, scrawled in what looked like charcoal. 2 words. Go. Now. I stared at the card, then back at the woman. Her eyes were pleading, desperate. She nodded, just a tiny movement of her head urging me to understand. Go. Now. It was a warning, but warning me about what? Grognak? The cave? Her? I didn't know, didn't understand. But the urgency in her eyes, the fear in her voice, it was real. I believed her, I had to believe her. I backed away slowly, still holding the card, still keeping my eyes on her, on Grognak. "Thank you," I whispered. I don't know why I said it. Maybe just because she had shown me kindness in this nightmare place. I turned and ran as fast as I could, back towards the cave entrance. I didn't look back, didn't dare to, just ran, stumbled, tripped, scrambled over rocks, anything to get out of that cave. I reached the entrance, saw the moonlight outside. Relief flooded through me just for a second. Then I realized the entrance was blocked, completely covered in rocks, rubble, like a cave-in. I was trapped. Panic hit me again, worse than ever, trapped in the dark, in this monster's cave, with no way out. I screamed. I think I screamed. Or maybe just a strangled sob came out. I started clawing at the rocks, tearing at them with my bare hands, digging, scraping, desperate to get through. The rocks were heavy, immovable. My fingers were bleeding, raw. Then I heard a sound. From inside the cave, Grognak's growl, closer now, louder, coming for me. I threw myself at the rocks, head down, shoulders braced, pushing, shoving, desperate to break through. I don't know how, I don't know why, but something gave way. A rock shifted, then another, a small gap appeared, just big enough to squeeze through. I didn't hesitate, pushed myself through the gap, tearing my clothes, scraping my skin again, and I was out. Out of the cave, into the cold night air. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran. Down the mountain, stumbling, falling, scrambling to my feet, running again, all the way down, until I reached the familiar trees, the lower slopes, the foothills. I kept running until I reached home, stumbled into the house, covered in dirt, blood, scrapes, my clothes ripped to shreds. Pa and Ma were still up, worried sick. They saw me, and Pa rushed over, grabbed me, held me tight. Ma started crying. I tried to tell them, tried to explain about Jacob, about the scream, about Grognak, about the cave, about the woman. But the words came out jumbled, broken, incoherent. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. Pa got Sheriff Barnaby. Sheriff came out, listened to my story. Everyone did. The neighbors, everyone. I told them everything, just like I told you now. About the lost cattle, the night, the scream, Grognak, the cave, Serafina, the card, the escape. They listened. Some of them looked skeptical. Sheriff Barnaby scratched his chin, gave me that look he always gave when he thought I was pulling his leg. But Pa looked different. He saw the fear in my eyes. He saw the cuts and bruises, the blood. He knew something had happened. The town got split after that. Some folks, they just laughed, called it a nightmare, a fever dream. Said I'd been out in the sun too long, scared by a bear or a mountain lion. Others listened. They saw the terror in my face. They knew I wasn't making it up. They formed a search party. Pa, Sheriff Barnaby, some of the men from town, even some of the doubters. They went up Fish Mountain following the tracks I'd made. They found our camp. They found the tracks of something big, dragging something through the woods. They found the cave. They went inside, and they came back different, changed. Didn't talk much about what they saw in there, just quieter, more serious. They never said they believed me outright, but they didn't say I was lying either, and they never went near Fish Mountain again. Jacob. They never found Jacob. Not a trace. Just vanished. Like he'd been swallowed by the mountain itself. And the cave, they sealed it up, blasted the entrance shut with dynamite, said it was too dangerous, too unstable. But I know it wasn't just that. They were scared. Scared of what was in there. Scared of what I'd seen. To this day, no one talks about it. It's like a secret shame, something we all try to forget. But I can't. I still see those burning red eyes in my dreams. I still hear that agonizing scream, and I still see her face, Serafina, beautiful and sad, trapped in that cave with the monster. I still have the card. Keep it hidden, tucked away where no one can find it. Go, now. Simple words. But they saved my life, and they haunt me still. What was she warning me about? What did she know? What was Grognak really? And is she still there? I don't know, and I'm terrified to ever find out. Sometimes on a quiet night, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear that cry again, faint and distant, coming from Fish Mountain. And I remember the terror, the bone-chilling fear of that night, and I just shut the windows, lock the doors, and pray to God it stays up there, in the dark, buried deep inside the mountain. Story 7. Okay, so back in '93, I was heading up to Klamath Falls. I was pretty broke, doing that classic thing, you know, hitchhiking. I'd thumbed a ride out of Weed, California, and was making decent time north on 97. It was getting late afternoon, sun starting to dip behind the trees, when this beat-up pickup finally slowed down and pulled over. Older Ford, primer spots showing through the faded red paint, sounded rough as hell even idling there. Guy driving was intimidating. Big dude, thick beard going gray, eyes like chipped flint. Wore a flannel shirt that looked like it had seen a few wars and smelled faintly of pine and something else. Something almost sour, like old sweat mixed with, I don't know, forest floor. He just grunted at me, didn't even say hi, just jerked his head towards the passenger door. I wasn't exactly swimming in options, so I hopped in. "Going north," I said, trying to sound casual, not like I was grateful for the ride and also maybe a little scared of him. He just nodded again, put the truck in gear, and we were rolling. For a while, it was just the rumble of the engine and the whoosh of wind past the windows. He didn't turn on the radio or anything, just drove, hands clamped on the wheel like he was wrestling it. Silence was thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, after maybe 15, 20 minutes, he speaks. Voice was gravelly, like he gargled with rocks. "Klamath Falls?" he grunts, not even looking at me. "Yeah, trying to get there anyway. Cascades on your way," he says, and it wasn't a question. "Yep, figure I'll be going through there tomorrow morning." I was planning on finding a place to camp off the highway once it got dark. He actually turned to look at me then, just a quick flick of those hard eyes, but it was enough to make me feel uneasy. "You know about the Cascades?" he asks, voice still rough, but something else in there now, like warning. "Know what?" I played dumb. I'd hiked in the Cascades before, beautiful mountains, some trails. Figured he meant bears or something. He didn't answer right away, just kept his eyes on the road. Then, real slow, he says, "Ain't bears you gotta worry about." That kinda set me back. Wolves? Mountain lions? I was trying to guess what woods-type danger he meant. He chuckled, and it wasn't a nice sound, more like rocks grinding together. "Worse than any cat or dog, kid. Something different." I just waited, figured he was some local character full of tall tales, but the way he said it, the way he was looking straight ahead, serious as a heart attack, it got under my skin a little. He kept driving. Then after another long stretch of quiet, he started talking, didn't look at me, just stared at the highway. "Name's Carl," he says, like he just remembered he should introduce himself. "Been logging these woods my whole life." "David," I replied, "heading up to find some work around Klamath Falls." He nodded once. "Listen, David, you going through the Cascades, you need to be aware." He paused, like choosing his words carefully. "Years back, maybe 10, 12 years ago, I was working a timber road up there near one of those creek drainages, off the main highway. Big rains, road got washed out, had to go check the damage. Prospector too, see?" He finally glanced at me again, a quick, almost embarrassed look. "Always looking for color. Fool's gold more like it these days." I nodded, trying to follow. "Anyway," he continues, voice getting lower, almost like he's talking to himself, "out there checking the road, middle of nowhere, nothing but trees and the sound of the creek. Sun was getting low. Saw something. Glinting. Rock outcrop by the creek bed. Thought maybe quartz, maybe something more. So I go down there, climb over some logs, start looking closer at the rock." He paused again, gripped the steering wheel tighter. I could feel something shifting in the air, tension building even in that beat-up truck. "Start chipping at the rock," he went on. Little geologist's hammer I always carried. Just tap, tap, tapping, trying to get a better look. Then, click. Just that word, click. The way he said it made my stomach clench a little. "Click? What kind of click?" I asked, maybe a little too quickly. He finally looked right at me, eyes hard again. Like a rock hit another rock, but sharper, richer sound. Right behind me, seemed like, but I was by the creek, just rock and trees. Didn't think nothing of it much at first. Kept chipping. Another pause, longer this time. The sun was getting even lower now, throwing long shadows from the trees alongside the highway. Then it happened, just like that, whoosh, and something smashed into the rock right next to my hand, hard. Sparks flew, looked down, grapefruit-sized rock, just lying there, freshly broken. And then it hit me. That click wasn't rock on rock, it was something else. My pulse had picked up. I was starting to get a bad feeling, even though part of me still thought this was just some woodsman story getting out of hand. Looked up, Carl continued, his voice almost a whisper now. Up towards the ridge. Nothing. Trees, shadows. But felt it. Feeling like something was watching. Heavy. You know that feeling? I nodded slowly. Yeah, I knew that feeling. That prickle on the back of your neck. I had my 45 on me, Carl said, almost bragging now. Always carried it in the woods. Figure mountain lions, bears, never know. Unbuttoned the holster, got my hand on the grip, slow and easy. Scanned the trees again. Still nothing. But that feeling was getting stronger, like something big was out there. He took a deep breath, like he was steeling himself to tell the next part. Then branches cracked, not far off, maybe 30, 40 yards uphill. Sounded heavy, like something big walking upright. Not a bear. Bears don't walk like that. Too deliberate. Too heavy-footed. My mouth was dry. I could practically feel the woods closing in, even in the cab of the pickup. Stood up slow, 45 in my hand, pointed uphill, said, loud as I could, "Who's there? Show yourself!" Silence. Just the creek rushing and my heart pounding like a drum solo. Figured maybe it was just a deer, spooked. But he shook his head slowly. But something inside me said no. This was different. He drove on in silence for a minute, just the hum of the tires on the asphalt. Then he said, real quiet. And then it moved again, closer this time. Still cracking branches, moving uphill, parallel to the creek. Sounded like it was circling around. "You see anything?" I asked, barely above a whisper. "Not at first," he said. "Just the trees, the shadows." Then something moved, deep in the shadows behind a thick clump of pines. Just a flicker. But I saw it. Black, big, and hairy. Like real thick matted fur. Moved quick, just a glimpse, then gone back into the shadows. But it was tall, taller than any man, and walked upright. For damn sure walked upright. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. Even knowing it was just a story, the way he was telling it, it was getting to me. Real bad. Held my 45 up, pointed right where I'd seen it move. Said, "I'm armed. Stay back." Voice was shaken, even mine. More silence, just the creek and the wind sighing in the trees. Then smell hit me. He wrinkled his nose even now, remembering it. Like skunk, but 10 times worse. Like something dead and rotten mixed with skunk musk. Knocked me back a step, that smell. Made my eyes water. "And then what?" I pressed, almost breathless. "Nothing," Carl said. "Just nothing more to see. Just the smell hanging heavy in the air. And that feeling like something was still watching from the shadows, but further away now. Like it had decided to leave, or was just waiting." He drove on again for a good long while, just silence between us. The sun was almost completely down now, and the inside of the truck was getting dim. "I backed out of there real slow," Carl finally said, breaking the silence. "Kept my 45 pointed uphill. Didn't run, didn't turn my back, just backed away, slow and careful, all the way back to the logging road, back to my truck. Got in, locked the doors, and hauled ass out of there. Didn't stop till I was back on the main highway." "And that was it?" I asked. "You never saw it again?" "Nope, never went back to that spot either. Lost interest in prospecting real quick after that." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Went home, showered 3 times, still couldn't get rid of that smell. Stayed with me for days, in my nose, in my clothes. Just that awful stinking stench." He glanced over at me, those flinty eyes serious again. "Didn't tell nobody for years. Thought I was going crazy. Woodsman sees things out in the woods, you know how it is. Sun playing tricks, shadows, imagination. Tried to tell myself that, but didn't believe it. Something out there. Something else." "So what? What do you think it was?" I asked, even though I was already starting to get an idea. "Years later, I was talking to a buddy of mine, Mike. Real woodsman Mike. Told him the story, kinda sheepish like. Mike just listened, didn't say nothing. When I was done, he just looks at me, says, "Carl, you seen a Bigfoot?" Bigfoot? I echoed, surprised. I'd heard of Bigfoot, of course, everyone had, but never really thought they were real, just stories. "Yeah, Bigfoot," Carl said, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Mike's read up on 'em. Says they're out here. Wild places, deep woods, places people don't go. Says the rock throwing, that's a warning. Says they don't like folks getting too close to their territory. And the smell, that skunk stink. Defense mechanism, Mike says. Scare predators off or something. Says it's classic Bigfoot stuff." He was quiet again for a minute, then looked at me again. "So that's my story, David. Cascade's got something in 'em. Something wild. Something you don't want to mess with." He pulled the truck off the highway onto a narrow dirt road, stopping near a stand of tall pines. "This is me," he said. "Gotta head up to my cabin. Figured you could camp here for the night. Just be careful." I thanked him, feeling a weird mix of relief and unease. Got out, slung my pack over my shoulder. Carl watched me for a second, then with another grunt, pulled back onto the highway and drove off, leaving me standing by the side of the dirt road, the woods pressing in all around. I didn't really believe him, not really. Bigfoot seemed like a fairy tale. Probably just a bear or mountain lion spooked him, and he got confused, hyped it up in his head over the years. That's what I told myself anyway, but still, the way he told it, the seriousness in his eyes, and that smell, even describing it, he'd made it seem real. I set up camp a little ways down the dirt road under the pines, made a small fire, cooked some food. The woods were quiet, just the crackle of the fire and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Stars were bright overhead, no moon. Peaceful, really, or at least it should have been. But Carl's story, it kept rattling around in my head, kept picturing that black, hairy thing in the shadows, that smell. Every little snap of a twig in the woods made me jump. Every rustle in the underbrush made me strain my ears, listening. I found myself looking into the darkness beyond the firelight, scanning the trees, just like Carl had. For what? I didn't know, didn't want to know. I stayed up late, feeding the fire, not really sleepy, just on edge. Finally, exhaustion won out. Banked the fire, crawled into my sleeping bag. Woods were silent now, just the occasional hoot of an owl far off. Closed my eyes, tried to relax, but that feeling, that heavy feeling Carl had talked about, it was there now too, like something was watching. I woke up suddenly, not sure what woke me, just awake. Everything was quiet, fire was down to embers, dark as pitch outside the circle of the dying firelight. Colder too, the night air had that sharp bite of mountain cold. Listened hard. Nothing. Just the silence of the deep woods. Told myself it was just a bad dream, or nerves from Carl's story, started to drift back to sleep. Then I heard it. Faint at first. A click, just like Carl had described. From the woods, somewhere beyond the trees, up on the slope behind my camp. Clicked like rock on rock, but sharper, richer, different. Froze solid in my sleeping bag. Heart started hammering. Listened, holding my breath. Silence again. Maybe just a branch falling, I told myself. Just the woods settling. Tried to convince myself it was nothing. Click, louder this time. Definitely not a branch. Too sharp, too deliberate. Like something was tapping rocks together, methodically, purposefully. Fear, real cold fear, shot through me. Not bear fear, not mountain lion fear. Something older, something deeper, something primal. Carl's story flashed into my mind, vivid as a photograph. That black shape in the shadows, that smell, that heavy feeling of being watched. Click, closer now, definitely closer. And then the snap of a twig. Not a deer snap. Too heavy, too loud, like something big was walking upright, heavy-footed. Panic flared in my chest, started scrambling to get out of my sleeping bag, hands fumbling with the zipper in the dark, every muscle tense, every nerve screaming. Heard another twig snap, closer still. Whatever it was moving towards me. and it wasn't making any attempt to be quiet. Fumbled my way out of the sleeping bag, stood up, shivering in the cold, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Darkness pressed in all around, could barely see the trees, just black shapes against a slightly less black sky. Grabbed the flashlight from my pack, fingers shaking so bad I almost dropped it. Switched it on, beam of light cutting through the darkness, pointed it towards where I'd heard the sounds, towards the slope behind my camp. Just trees, shadows, nothing. Silence, except for my own ragged breathing. Thought maybe I'd imagined it all. Maybe I was just freaked out hearing things. Almost started to convince myself. Then smell hit me. Faint at first, but growing stronger fast. Like skunk, but something else too. Rotten, foul, choking, just like Carl had described. That awful stinking stench. Made my eyes water even before it got really strong, made my stomach churn. The smell was coming from uphill, from the same direction as the clicks, the snapping twigs. Shined the flashlight higher into the trees, pushing the beam through the darkness. Still nothing, just trees, shadows, and then I saw it, just a glimpse, fast, between the trees behind a bush in the edge of the flashlight beam. Black, massive, hairy. Just a shoulder, a curve of something huge and dark disappearing back into the shadows. But it was there, real, and impossibly big. And the smell was overwhelming now, thick, choking, gagging. Felt it burning my nostrils, coating my tongue. Worst smell I'd ever experienced by a mile. Just wanted to get away from it, get away from whatever was making that smell. Panic took over completely then. Didn't think, didn't reason. Just reacted, dropped the flashlight, didn't even notice it hit the ground, bouncing away, beam spinning wildly through the trees. Turned and ran as fast as I could blindly, stumbling through the darkness, away from the smell, away from whatever was up there. Didn't stop running until I burst out onto the highway, heart about to explode, lungs burning, legs screaming. Just kept running along the black asphalt, away from the dirt road, away from the woods, away from it. Kept running for miles, I don't know how far, until I couldn't run anymore, just gasping for breath, doubled over on the side of the highway, shaking so hard I couldn't stand straight. Smell was still faintly there, clinging to my clothes, to my nostrils. Fear was still pounding in my chest. Walked the rest of the way to Klamath Falls, got there as the sun was rising, exhausted, terrified, still smelling that awful stench. Never went back for my camp, for my gear, for anything. Just kept going. Got out of the Cascades as fast as I could and haven't been back since. To this day, I can still smell it sometimes, just a faint whiff of it in my memory, when the air is cold and the wind blows right. And I still see it, sometimes in my dreams, that black shape in the shadows, just a glimpse but enough to make the blood run cold all over again. Was it Bigfoot? I don't know. I really don't. Carl believed it. Mike believed it. Part of me still wants to think it was just a bear, or my imagination running wild, fueled by Carl's story and the dark woods. But another part of me, another part knows what I saw, knows what I smelled, knows that feeling of pure, unadulterated terror. And that part can't explain it any other way. And honestly, I don't want to. Story 8. It was just supposed to be another job, you know. Back in 31, anything that put a little cash in your pocket was all right by me. Old man Calkins, he had this idea to make a tourist camp down on Three Rocks Beach. Said it was a beautiful spot, and folks would come from miles around. To get it ready, he needed some land cleared, especially this one part that was kind of raised up, like a small hill near the beach edge. He called it an Indian mound, a sambaki, fancy word he used. Said we needed to plow it flat. Me and a few other fellas, mostly locals down on their luck like myself, got hired to do the work. Nothing fancy, just good old-fashioned manual labor. We showed up early one morning with a plow, some shovels, picks, and a couple of mules to pull the plow. The sun was just starting to peek over the trees, casting long shadows down the beach. It was chilly. That Oregon coast air always has a bite to it. even in the spring. The mound itself wasn't that big, maybe the size of a decent-sized house, covered in scrub and tough beach grass. Calkins, he just pointed at it and said, "Get to it, boys. Let's make this place flat as a pancake." He was a man of few words and even fewer smiles, so we got to work. The plough cut through the top layer of grass and soil pretty easy at first. Smelled like damp earth and sea salt. As we went deeper, though, things started to get different. The soil turned darker, almost black, and it was full of shells. Tons of them. Broken clam shells, mussel shells, oyster shells. It was like the whole mound was made of old seafood trash. Calkins said that's what sambakis were, old refuse heaps from the Indians. We kept digging, turning up more and more shells, and then we started finding other things mixed in. Bits of pottery, smooth, dark stones that looked worked, like tools or something. Little bone fragments too, mostly animal, I figured, maybe from cooking fires. It was kinda interesting in a dusty old way. We joked about finding buried treasure, like you always do when you dig in the dirt. Then, around midday, when the sun was beating down and we were all sweating and thirsty, the plough hit something really solid. It was a dull thud, not like a rock, more hollow-sounding but heavy. The mules balked and the plough lurched to a stop. "What's the hold-up?" Calkins barked, walking over with his hands on his hips. We unhitched the mules and started digging around where the plough had stopped. Figured it was just a big boulder, but as we dug away the dark earth and shells, it started to look different, longer, smoother than a rock, and bone white. We cleared away more dirt, using shovels now, careful not to damage whatever it was, and that's when we saw it, a bone, big as my forearm, thick as my wrist, and curved in a weird way. "Looks like an animal bone," one of the fellas, a skinny guy named Pete, said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Probably a cow or something." But I wasn't so sure. I'd seen cow bones before. This was different. It was too thick, too heavy. And the curve. It didn't look right for a cow. We kept digging around it, more carefully now, using hand shovels and even our hands sometimes to brush away the loose dirt. And then we found another bone connected to it. And another. It started to take shape as we cleared more and more earth away. And that's when it hit us. This wasn't no animal bone. This was a leg bone, a thigh bone to be exact. And it was enormous. Way too big for any normal animal around here, and certainly not a cow. I laid my own leg next to it, thigh to thigh. This bone was at least twice as long, maybe more, and thicker by a good margin. We stared at it, speechless for a minute. Calkins, who usually had an answer for everything, just stood there with his mouth hanging open. "What in the Sam Hill?" he finally managed to say, his voice hushed. We kept digging. We had to know what we'd found. It was like something had grabbed hold of us, a morbid kind of curiosity. The sun climbed higher, hotter, beating down on our backs, but we barely noticed. We were in another world now, focused on the dirt and the bones emerging from it. Slowly, painstakingly, we uncovered more and more of the skeleton, and the more we uncovered, the more unbelievable it became. The leg bones were just the start. Then came the ribs, long, curving ribs, thick as branches. Then the spine, vertebra after vertebra, each one massive and heavy. It was a skeleton, all right, a human skeleton, but not human-sized. This thing was gigantic. As we cleared the earth from around the skull, we all stopped breathing for a second. It was there, staring up at the sky, eye sockets empty and dark. The skull was massive, twice the size of a normal man's head, maybe bigger. The brow ridge was thick and jutting, the jawbone heavy and powerful. And the teeth, Jesus Christ, the teeth. They were huge like a wolf's teeth, but broader, flatter. And they were all there, every single one of them, yellowed with age but solid and intact. By late afternoon, we had the whole thing uncovered. Lying there in the pit we'd dug, the skeleton was complete, or almost complete. One of the arms was missing below the elbow, like it had been broken off or lost. But the rest was there. A skeleton of a man, a giant man, 8 feet tall, easy, maybe even taller. It was hard to tell exactly with it lying on the ground, but it was huge, unbelievably huge. We just stood there, looking down at it, in stunned silence. The only sound was the waves crashing on the beach below and the wind whistling through the grass. It felt like the whole world had gone quiet, holding its breath along with us. Calkins was the first to break the silence. He cleared his throat, spat on the ground. "Well, I'll be damned." That was all he could say. Then Pete spoke up, his voice shaky. What is it?" "I don't know," Calkins said, still staring at the skeleton. "But it ain't human, not like us." That's when a real chill went down my spine. I'd been scared and amazed up till then, but hearing Calkins say that, it made it different. He wasn't a man easily spooked. He was tough, practical, didn't believe in fairy tales or ghosts. If he said it wasn't human, then what was it? We spent the rest of the day just staring at it, taking it in. We didn't do any more work on the tourist camp. Nobody wanted to. The air felt different, heavy, like something was watching us from the trees. As the sun started to go down, casting long, eerie shadows across the beach, the skeleton seemed to loom larger, more menacing. "Calkins," he finally shook himself out of it. "All right, boys," he said, his voice a bit louder now, trying to sound normal. "We need to figure out what to do with this thing." He decided to go into town the next day and get some experts. A professor from the college in Eugene, maybe, or someone from the Historical Society. He wanted to know what it was, where it came from. He was still thinking about his tourist camp, I guess. Maybe this giant skeleton could be a tourist attraction. Crazy idea, but that was Calkins. We covered the skeleton back up with dirt and shells that night, not wanting to leave it exposed. It felt disrespectful somehow, like we were intruding on something ancient and powerful that should have been left undisturbed. We went home that night, but none of us slept well, I bet. I know I didn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that giant skull, those empty sockets staring at me from the dark. I kept seeing those teeth, those massive, unnatural teeth. The next day, Calkins went into town like he said. Me and the other fellas, we went back to the beach, but we didn't touch the mound. We just sat around smoking and talking in hushed voices, staring at the spot where the skeleton was buried. We couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Something was wrong with that skeleton. It wasn't just the size, it was different. It was late afternoon when Calkins finally came back, driving his old beat-up Ford pickup. He had 2 men with him. One was an older fella in a suit, with glasses and a serious look on his face. Calkins introduced him as Dr. Ainsworth, an archaeologist from some university. The other man was younger, dressed in a white coat, carrying a black bag. That was Dr. Carter, the town doctor. Calkins also mentioned he'd called a historian, Dr. Horner, who was supposed to arrive later. They looked at the mound, and Calkins told them what we'd found. Dr. Ainsworth, the archaeologist, seemed interested but skeptical. He'd probably seen a lot of weird things in his time. Dr. Carter, the doctor, just looked curious. We started digging again, carefully uncovering the skeleton, this time with the experts watching. As we exposed more of it, Dr. Ainsworth's skepticism started to fade. He got down on his knees, examining the bones with a magnifying glass. He kept shaking his head, muttering to himself. Dr. Carter was just staring, wide-eyed. When we finally had the whole skeleton uncovered again, the experts went silent. Dr. Ainsworth walked around it, measuring bones with a tape measure, taking notes in a little notebook. Dr. Carter started poking at the skull, tapping on the thick bone. Then Dr. Ainsworth pointed at the teeth. "Look at these," he said, his voice low. "These are not human teeth, not entirely." He showed us what he meant. The teeth were shaped like human teeth, molars, incisors, canines, but they were much larger, thicker, and had these weird ridges and points on them that human teeth don't have. and they were denser, heavier. He tapped one with his fingernail, and it made a sound like tapping stone, not bone. Dr. Carter leaned in for a closer look. "And look at the thickness of the skull," he said, running his hand over the massive cranium. "It's incredibly thick, much thicker than any human skull I've ever seen. And the brow ridge, the bone structure in general, it's primitive, but also different." They spent hours examining the skeleton, debating, taking notes. Dr. Horner, the historian, arrived as the sun was setting. He was an old man with a white beard and a stern face. He looked at the skeleton, and his face just went pale. He didn't say a word for a long time, just stared at it like he was seeing a ghost. Finally, Dr. Ainsworth spoke. This is extraordinary," he said. "This is not just a large man. This is something else." They decided to try and reconstruct the skeleton. Carefully, piece by piece, we lifted the bones out of the pit. They were heavy, incredibly heavy. It took all of us to lift the skull, and even then, it felt like it weighed a ton. We laid them out on tarps Calkins had brought, arranging them as best we could. As they reconstructed the skeleton, its sheer size became even more apparent. Standing upright, it was colossal. At least 8 feet tall, maybe closer to 9, and the proportions were off. The limbs were too long, the torso too thick. The head, even for its size, seemed small compared to the rest of the body. Dr. Carter pointed out something else. He was examining the ribs and spine, and he found marks on some of the bones, scratches, grooves, like they'd been cut or scraped. And then he found something else. A small, sharp stone point embedded in one of the ribs. An arrowhead. "Look at this," he said, holding up the rib with the stone point still stuck in it. This skeleton was injured, maybe even killed by arrows. And then he found something even worse. On the skull, on the back of the cranium, there was a massive crack, like it had been hit with something heavy, something blunt, with tremendous force. The bone around the crack was shattered and splintered. "Blunt force trauma," Dr. Carter said, his voice grim. This man, this being, was not just killed by arrows. He was also tortured. Tortured. The word hung in the air, heavy and cold. Tortured, and then buried in this ancient midden, this refuse heap thousands of years ago. By whom and why? Then Dr. Horner, the historian, finally spoke. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it in years. "This is older than we can imagine," he said. "This is not pirate bones. This is not human history as we know it." He talked about legends, ancient myths, stories from tribes that used to live on this coast, stories of giants, of monstrous beings that roamed the earth before men. He said this skeleton, it could be something from those legends, something pre-human. Pre-human. The word sent another shiver down my spine. Pre-human. It meant before us. Before everything we knew. It meant something ancient, something unknown, something maybe not even from this world or this reality. The sun had completely set now. It was dark, the only light coming from the lanterns Calkins had brought. The shadows danced and flickered around the giant skeleton, making it look even more monstrous, more alive somehow. The air felt colder, thicker. The sound of the waves seemed louder, angrier. We were all spooked, I could tell. Even the experts, even Calkins. Nobody wanted to be there anymore, not in the dark, not with that thing lying there in front of us, its empty socket staring into the night sky. Dr. Ainsworth said they needed to take the skeleton back to the university for proper study. He said it was too important to leave here. Calkins, he agreed. He was still thinking about his tourist camp, but now it was different. Now it was about something bigger, something historical, scientific, something scary. We started packing up the bones, carefully wrapping each one in cloth and placing them in wooden crates Calkins had in his truck. It was late, almost midnight by the time we had everything packed up. We loaded the crates into the back of the truck. The whole time there was this feeling like we were being watched, like something was out there in the dark, in the trees, watching us take its bones away. As we were finishing up, loading the last crate, I heard a sound, a low growl. It came from the trees behind us, just beyond the edge of the beach, a deep, rumbling growl, not like any animal I'd ever heard. It was primal, ancient, terrifying. Everyone stopped what they were doing. We all froze, listening. The growl came again, closer this time, and then another sound, a snapping of branches, the rustling of leaves. Something was moving in the woods, something big. Fear gripped me, cold and tight. It wasn't just me. I could see it in everyone's faces. Even Calkins, tough as nails Calkins, looked pale and scared. Dr. Ainsworth and Dr. Carter huddled together, their eyes wide with terror. Dr. Horner just stood there, staring into the darkness, his face like stone. The growling got louder, closer. The trees seemed to tremble. Something was coming out of the woods, something angry, something that didn't want us to take those bones. And then it was there. At the edge of the trees, where the shadows were deepest, I saw it, just for a second before it was gone. A shape, tall, dark, impossibly huge. Taller than the trees, it seemed, with glowing red eyes that burned like coals in the night. It was there, and then it was gone, just vanished back into the shadows. But the growling stopped, the rustling stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the growls. It was a heavy, pregnant silence, full of unspoken dread. We didn't wait around to see what it was. We jumped into Calkins' truck, piled in like animals. Calkins slammed the truck into gear, and we tore out of there, bouncing across the sand, speeding down the beach road, leaving the darkness, leaving the beach, leaving whatever that was, behind. We didn't stop until we were miles away, back in town, lights of houses and streets all around us, people moving about, normal life happening. Only then did we slow down, breathe again. But even then, even now, all these years later, I can still feel that fear, that icy grip of terror. I can still see those red eyes in the dark. They took the bones away, to the university. I heard later that they studied them, argued about them, wrote papers about them. They called it the Three Rocks Giant. They said it was some kind of anomaly, an oversized human maybe, or some kind of unknown hominid. They never really figured it out. They couldn't explain the size, the teeth, the thick skull, the arrowhead, the torture marks. They just filed it away, put it in a box, another mystery they couldn't solve. But I know what I saw. We all saw it. We saw the bones, we saw the shape in the woods, we heard the growls. And we know it wasn't just a giant man. It was something else, something ancient, something angry, something that still roams those woods, guarding its secrets, waiting for someone to disturb its rest again. And I pray to God they never do. Some things are better left buried, some doors are better left closed, and some secrets are just too terrifying to unearth. Story 9. Okay, so back in 2002, early March, me, Ben and Kara, we decided to do some hiking. We were all pretty into getting out in nature then, just needing to escape the usual city grind. We picked the Oregon Coast Range, near Greenbury. Buck Mountain specifically was where we were aiming. I'd heard some stuff about it being really beautiful, kind of untouched. We piled into my old Jeep Cherokee, all geared up, thinking it was going to be just a regular day hike. A bit muddy, maybe, but nothing too crazy. We drove for a while, getting further and further out, the roads turning from paved to gravel, then just dirt. It was that typical Pacific Northwest kind of day, overcast, damp in the air, you could smell the pine and wet earth. We were actually having a really good time, cracking jokes, playing music, totally oblivious to anything weird about to happen. Then we reached this point where the road was just blocked, completely blocked. There were these trees, like a bunch of them, all cut down and just laid across the road. Not like a storm had knocked them over, you could see the chainsaw marks. They were put there deliberately. We were kind of puzzled at first. It was definitely a BLM road, public land, but someone had gone to a lot of effort to make sure no vehicles could get through. Ben was the first to get out and take a look. He's always been the more cautious one. "This is weird," he said, kicking at one of the logs. "Really weird. Who would do this?" Kara, ever the optimist, was like, "Maybe they're doing logging work further up and they don't want people driving in," but it didn't make sense. There were no signs, no warnings, nothing official looking, just these downed trees blocking our path. I remember getting out of the Jeep and just feeling a bit uneasy. It wasn't just the blocked road, it was the way it felt there. Quiet, almost too quiet. Even the birds seemed to be hushed. And there was this feeling, like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd gone past some invisible line. I can't really explain it. It was just a gut feeling. We talked about it for a minute, wondering if we should just turn back. But we'd come all this way, and we were all set on exploring Buck Mountain. "Screw it," Alex said. "That's me, by the way." Alex telling this story. "We can walk. It's not like we're afraid of a little hike." Ben still looked hesitant, but Kara was already grabbing her backpack and getting ready. So we parked the Jeep as far off to the side of the road as we could, just in case someone needed to get through, even though with those trees, no one was getting through in a car anyway. We started walking past the fallen trees and onto what was now just a rough trail. The forest closed in around us pretty quickly. It was dense, the kind of woods where the sunlight barely filters through, even in the middle of the day. Everything was damp and mossy. The air smelled rich with the scent of pine needles and wet earth. We hiked for maybe half an hour, just following what looked like an old logging road that hadn't been used in years. It was getting muddy underfoot, and the trail was starting to climb uphill. We were still chatting, but the conversation had gotten quieter, more subdued. That feeling I had back at the road, it was still there, maybe even stronger now. Then Kara stopped dead in her tracks. She was a bit ahead of us on the trail, and she just froze, staring down at the ground. Ben and I caught up to her, and that's when we saw it. A footprint. But not just any footprint. This thing was massive. I mean, seriously huge. It was sunk into the mud, clear as day, like someone with bare feet had stepped right there in the soft ground. At first, we just stared at it. It was so much bigger than any normal footprint. Kara, who was usually pretty quick with jokes, didn't say anything. Ben just let out a low whistle. I stepped closer to get a better look. It was easily twice the length of my own boot, and it wasn't just long, it was wide too, like someone with enormous flat feet. We all kind of looked at each other, a bit dumbfounded. "Bear," Kara suggested, but even she didn't sound convinced. "Bears have paws, right? Claws. This just looked like a giant human foot, except, well, impossibly giant." We walked on a little further, now all of us scanning the ground. It was still muddy, perfect for showing footprints if anything had been walking here recently. And then I saw it. Right next to where I was about to put my foot down, there was another footprint, just as clear as the first one, but this one was even more detailed. I stopped and crouched down, Ben and Kara crowding around to see. This footprint was different. It was clearly 5 toes, and they weren't clawed, they were toes, human-looking toes, but again, just unbelievably huge. I put my boot right next to it, and it was dwarfed, completely dwarfed. The toes alone were longer than my fingers. We stood there, looking at these footprints, and a weird kind of silence fell over us, the kind of silence that's heavier than just the absence of noise. It felt charged, like the air itself was holding its breath. "Okay," Ben said, finally breaking the silence. His voice was quiet, almost shaky. "Okay, that's not normal." Kara, who was usually the most rational of us, just nodded slowly, her eyes wide. No, it's not." I felt a chill run down my spine, and it wasn't just from the damp air, it was something else, something deeper. We started following the footprints. They were heading uphill, deeper into the woods. And as we followed them, we started to realize something else. These weren't just random footprints. They were a trail, a deliberate path. Whoever or whatever made these footprints had been walking this way. And the distance between each step was insane. I mean, ridiculously long strides. No human could take steps that far apart, not without jumping or something. It was like whatever made these footprints was built differently, proportioned in some way we couldn't even imagine. We kept following them uphill, the woods getting even denser, darker. The silence around us seemed to thicken, broken only by the sound of our own breathing and the squelch of our boots in the mud. I kept glancing around, feeling like we were being watched, even though I couldn't see anything but trees and shadows. Then we found another set of footprints, smaller this time, but still definitely not human. These were beside the larger prints, moving parallel to them for a while. And then, abruptly, they turned back. They just veered off the trail and headed back the way we'd come. It was really strange, like there were two things, one huge, one smaller, walking together, and then the smaller one just decided to turn around and leave. Why? What made it turn back? Ben was getting noticeably jumpier. He kept looking over his shoulder, like he expected something to jump out of the trees. Kara was quiet, unusually quiet for her, her face pale. I could feel my heart starting to beat faster, that uneasy feeling from earlier turning into something more like dread. And then we heard the birds. At least, we thought they were birds at first, but it wasn't like any bird song I'd ever heard before. It was this weird, high-pitched sound, kind of like a screech, but also like chanting, if that makes any sense. It was rhythmic, almost melodic in a disturbing way, and it echoed through the woods, bouncing off the trees, making it sound like it was coming from everywhere at once. It was chilling, seriously chilling. It wasn't just loud, it was piercing, and it felt unnatural, like something that shouldn't be coming from a bird or any animal I knew of. Ben flinched at the sound, jumping and grabbing Kara's arm. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his eyes wide with fear. Kara shook her head, her voice barely audible. "I don't know. I don't like it." I didn't like it either. Not one bit. The bird calls, if that's what they were unnerving in a way I can't really describe. They just felt wrong. Ancient. Predatory. We stood there for a minute, listening to the weird calls echoing around us, and the feeling of unease just kept growing. It felt like we were trespassing, like we'd stumbled into something we shouldn't have, and whatever was making those sounds was letting us know it. "Okay," I said, my voice sounding a bit shaky even to my own ears. "Okay, maybe we should head back." Ben didn't need any convincing. "Yeah," he said immediately, practically grabbing my arm to turn me around. "Yeah, let's go, right now." Kara nodded in agreement, relief flooding her face. "I think you're right. This feels bad." We didn't need to say anything else. We turned around and started heading back down the trail, moving much faster now, almost jogging. The weird bird calls were still echoing through the trees, seeming to follow us, even though they probably weren't. But it felt like they were, like we were being herded, pushed out of the woods by something unseen. We didn't talk much on the way back. We just kept moving, focusing on getting out of there. The woods still felt heavy, oppressive, but as we got closer to where we'd parked the Jeep, it felt like the weight was starting to lift a little. When we finally got back to the road, to the spot where the trees were blocking it, it was like we'd crossed back into the real world. The silence was still there, but it didn't feel as charged, as threatening. The air seemed a little lighter. We practically scrambled into the Jeep, none of us saying anything until I'd started the engine and we were pulling away from the blocked road. Once we were back on the gravel road, moving away from Buck Mountain, Ben finally let out a long breath. "Jesus Christ," he said, his voice still tight. "What the hell was that?" Kara just shook her head again, her eyes still wide. "I don't know, but I don't want to know." I just drove. I was still shaken up, but also confused. Those footprints, the bird calls, it just didn't make any sense. It felt like something out of a movie, not something that actually happened. Later that evening, after we'd gotten back to town, showered, and tried to act normal, Ben decided to call the Forest Service. He's always been the one for following protocol, reporting things. He looked up the number for the ranger station near Greenbury and made the call. I remember he put it on speakerphone so we could all hear. He told the ranger, a guy named Jones, about the blocked road and then about the footprints we'd found. Ranger Jones sounded kind of bored at first, like he dealt with this kind of thing all the time. He said something about people illegally logging and blocking roads, but when Ben started describing the footprints, there was a pause, a long pause. Then Ranger Jones asked Ben to describe the footprints again, really slowly, paying attention to the details. Ben did, talking about the size, the 5 toes, how clear they were. And then Ranger Jones said something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. He said, "Hold on a second. You said near Buck Mountain." Ben said, "Yeah, Buck Mountain, just off that BLM road near Greenbury." Another pause, a longer one this time. And when Ranger Jones spoke again, his voice was different. It was lower, quieter, almost secretive. He said, "Look, I shouldn't be telling you this, okay? But we get reports out there, around Buck Mountain. Sometimes we find tracks like you're describing." Ben was like, "Tracks like what? What are they?" And Ranger Jones said, and I swear to God this is what he said, "Sasquatch tracks. That's what some people call them. Look, officially, we say it's probably just bears, or maybe some kind of hoax. But unofficially? Yeah, Sasquatch tracks." We were all silent, stunned silent. Ben finally managed to stammer out, "Sasquatch, like Bigfoot." There was another pause, and then Ranger Jones said really quietly, "Look, I really shouldn't be saying anything, just be careful out there, okay? And maybe stick to the main trails in the future." And then, before Ben could ask anything else, Ranger Jones just said, "Gotta go, got another call coming in," and hung up. Just like that. He hung up and left us sitting there staring at the phone with the word Sasquatch hanging in the air between us. We tried calling back, of course, but it just went to voicemail. We tried again later and still nothing. It was like Ranger Jones had just vanished. We've talked about it a million times since then. We've tried to rationalize it, to explain it away. Maybe the footprints were some kind of weird prank, but they were so detailed, so real-looking. And those bird calls, they just didn't fit into any rational explanation. And Ranger Jones, his sudden change in tone, his hushed confession, and then just disappearing. It's been over 20 years now. We still hike, we still go into the woods, but we haven't been back to Buck Mountain. Not ever. And whenever we hear a strange bird call in the forest or see an unusually large footprint in the mud, we all get a little uneasy. That day in the Oregon Coast Range, it changed something in us. We went out there looking for a hike, and we stumbled into something else entirely. Something old, something hidden, something that still, I don't know. It still haunts me sometimes in the quiet moments. The feeling that we were being watched, that we were trespassing on something we didn't understand. And that sound, that eerie chanting bird call, it's still the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life. I still can't explain it, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. It just happened, and it was terrifying. Story 10. Okay, so I guess I should just start, right? It's still hard to talk about, even after all these years. It happened when I was 10, back in '82. We lived way out in the sticks then, Willow Creek. Place barely even registered on a map, just a bunch of houses scattered around, mostly surrounded by woods. Fall in Willow Creek was something else, real crisp, air smelled like burning leaves, even when nobody was burning leaves. You know? That kind of deep, woodsy smell that gets right in your lungs. Anyway, Dad needed firewood. Our farmhouse was old, real drafty, especially in the fall when things started to get cold. He'd gotten permission from the lumber company, or whoever owned the land back there, to cut some wood near the old railroad tracks. Place was way out, kind of forgotten even back then. People around Willow Creek, they whispered about that part of the woods, said it felt different. I didn't really pay it much mind back then. I was just a kid. Dad was a factory worker, real strong guy, but also practical. He knew how to handle an axe and all that. He was like, "Ethan, you want to come help?" Of course I wanted to. Any chance to be outside, you know. Plus, he had this old red sled he'd fixed up. I loved dragging that thing around. So we went. Drove his beat-up pickup truck way down this dirt road that barely looked like a road anymore, more like a deer path, bounced around like crazy in the cab, finally parked near this overgrown area. You could just barely see the old tracks poking through the weeds and bushes. Dad got out, grabbed his axe and chainsaw, and I hopped out with my red sled. It was colder than I thought, even for fall. Ground was already dusted with snow in patches like powdered sugar. We walked into the woods, Dad leading the way. He was talking, mostly to himself, about how good the oak was around here. Burn slow and hot, just what we need. I was just kicking at leaves, dragging my sled, trying to keep up. I was a skinny little thing back then, not very fast. We got to this spot where there were some downed trees. Dad started up the chainsaw. That loud ripping sound just echoed through the quiet woods. He got to work cutting up the bigger logs while I started piling up the smaller branches and pieces. It was actually kind of fun at first, you know, feeling useful, dragging the sled loaded with wood back to where Dad was working, then going back for more. Just a chore, but outside in the woods. The light was already starting to fade, even though it wasn't that late in the afternoon. Fall days get short real quick. The shadows were getting longer, stretching out between the trees. The woods started feeling different again. Colder, maybe. Quieter. Even the sound of Dad's chainsaw seemed to get swallowed up by the trees. I went back into the deeper woods again, pulling my empty sled, looking for more wood. Needed some decent-sized logs to fill it up again. That's when it happened. I was walking, dragging the sled behind me, and I just felt it. Like when you know someone is watching you, even though you can't see them. You get that prickly feeling on the back of your neck. That's how it started. I stopped. Just stopped walking and pulling. And I listened. Everything was quiet except for the wind rustling the leaves. Just a whisper. But that feeling, it got stronger. Like something heavy, something wrong was nearby. I started turning slowly, just looking around. Nothing, just trees, bushes, shadows. Sun was going down fast now. Everything was getting darker, deeper shadows everywhere. I started to tell myself I was just being stupid, getting spooked by the woods. Kid's imagination, right? But I couldn't shake it. I took a couple more steps, dragging the sled, and then I saw it. Behind a big oak tree. Not far, maybe 20 feet away. Just standing there. It was big, really big, like taller than a man, but wider, hulking. At first, all I could see was the hair, coarse, reddish-brown hair, all over it, thick like an animal's fur. But this wasn't an animal, not like any animal I'd ever seen or imagined. It was shaped like a man, kind of, but wrong proportions, too broad in the shoulders, too long in the arms and the legs. They just looked thick and powerful. It was just standing there in the shadows behind the oak tree, partly hidden, but I saw it clear enough. I froze. Couldn't move. Couldn't breathe right. Just staring. My heart started pounding, hammering in my chest. Everything else just faded away. Just me and it. At first it was looking down, kind of tilted forward. I could only see the top of its head and shoulders and chest. It was massive. Then it started to move its head, slowly, like it was curious about something on the ground, my sled. It was looking at my red sled. And then its head kept moving, slowly tilting up. And that's when it looked at me. I saw its face, And I wish, God, I wish I could unsee it. I can still see it, clear as day, even now. It wasn't like an animal face. It wasn't like a bear or a wolf or a deer. It was almost human, but so wrong. Wrinkled skin, blotchy pale and grey like old dead skin, nearly bald on top, just wisps of that reddish-brown hair clinging to its scalp. And the head, it was cone-shaped, weirdly pointy on top. Not natural, not like anything I'd ever seen. Wide nose, almost flat. Thin lips stretched tight across its teeth, but I couldn't see the teeth clearly in the shadows. And the eyes, oh God, the eyes. Dark, sunken deep under heavy brows. Like black holes, just staring right through me. They were locked on me, just fixed on me, not angry, not hungry, not like a wild animal hunting prey, just staring, analyzing, like it was studying me, trying to figure me out. But there was something else in those eyes too, something old, so old, ancient, like it had seen things you couldn't even imagine, things that would break your mind if you tried. I was frozen, stuck, couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even blink, I think, just staring back into those eyes. And they kept staring, for what felt like forever, but it was probably just seconds, but they stretched out, slowed down, like time itself was warping. And then something inside me just snapped. Pure terror, raw, animal panic. It just exploded inside my chest and throat. I screamed, not a yell, not a shout, a scream, a full-throated, lung-emptying scream of pure, unadulterated terror. The kind of scream that rips through you, that you can feel vibrating in your bones. The sound tore through the quiet woods, echoing off the trees. It even startled me, my own scream, but it sure as hell startled whatever that thing was behind the tree. It flinched. I saw it actually jump, just a little. And its eyes, they flickered. Just for a split second I saw something else in them, something caught off guard. Like it wasn't expecting that, wasn't expecting me to react like that. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone, just vanished. 1 second it was there, hulking and terrifying behind the oak tree, and the next second it was just gone. Like it had just melted into the shadows, dissolved into thin air. No sound, no rustling branches, nothing, just empty space behind the tree. But the feeling of being watched, the cold, wrong feeling, it was still there, hanging in the air like smoke. I didn't wait, I didn't think, I just ran, bolted, like a rabbit flushed out of its burrow. I dropped the sled, didn't even care. Just turned and ran as fast as my legs could carry me, pushing through bushes, scrambling over fallen logs, not even looking where I was going, just running blind, running away from that place, from that thing, from those eyes. I screamed again as I ran, just wordless screams of terror, tearing through the woods. I could hear my breath coming in ragged gasps, feel my heart hammering like a drum against my ribs. Everything was a blur, trees flashing past, ground rushing under my feet. I burst out of the trees and into the little clearing where Dad was still working. He was still messing with the chainsaw, hadn't even heard me coming until I was right on top of him. "Ethan! What the hell?" He looked up, startled, saw my face. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, pale as death, eyes wide, still screaming. "Dad! Dad!" I couldn't even get words out, just pointing back towards the woods, gasping, trying to breathe. Dad turned off the chainsaw, the sudden silence deafening after the roaring engine. He grabbed me by the shoulders, hard, and looked right into my face. "Ethan, what is it? What happened?" His voice was sharp, worried. I finally managed to choke out some words, broken, gasping words. The woods, creature, behind the tree. I was still shaking so bad I could barely stand. Dad's face went from worried to confused to, well, I don't know exactly. Disbelief, maybe. But he could see I was genuinely terrified. He could see I wasn't making it up. "Creature? What creature, Ethan?" What are you talking about? He still sounded like he didn't believe me, but he wasn't angry anymore, just concerned. I tried to explain, to describe what I'd seen, that thing behind the tree, the hair, the face, the eyes. It all came out in jumbled, broken sentences, tears starting to stream down my face now, mixing with sweat and dirt. Dad listened, his face getting more serious as I talked. He didn't interrupt me, didn't laugh, didn't tell me I was being silly. He just listened. And when I finally stopped talking, when I just stood there, panting and shaking, he just looked at me for a long time. "Okay," he said finally, his voice quiet. "Okay, Ethan, let's go. We're done here for today." He didn't say anything else. He didn't ask me more questions. He just started packing up the chainsaw and the axe. He moved quickly, efficiently, like he always did. But there was something different about him now. Something tense. Like he was feeling something too. Something he wasn't letting on. We got back in the truck, neither of us saying a word. The drive back home was silent, heavy. I was huddled in the corner of the seat, still shaking, still seeing that face in my mind. Dad was just driving, his jaw tight, staring straight ahead. We got home. Mom was already making dinner. The smell of food filled the warm kitchen, normal, comforting. But it felt wrong somehow, like we were bringing something unclean, something from the woods into our house. Mom looked at us when we came in, saw my face, Dad's face. "What happened?" she asked, her voice soft, but with an edge of worry. She could always tell when something was wrong. Dad shook his head, just a small shake. "Long day," he said, his voice rough. "Ethan's a little spooked by the woods, that's all. Let's just eat dinner." And that was it. He never talked about it again. Not to Mom, not to me. Never mentioned the creature, never asked me any more questions about what I saw. He just shut it down, like he wanted to pretend it never happened. But I knew he'd heard me. I knew he saw my face, and I knew deep down that he knew something wasn't right. Something was out there in those woods. Something real. I never went back to those woods again. Not to that part of Willow Creek near the old railroad tracks. I wouldn't go near them, not even in the daytime. The fear, it stayed with me. For years. Even now, thinking about it, it still makes my skin crawl. I tried to tell some friends at school about it later, trying to make sense of it. They just laughed, called me creature boy, made fun of me, so I stopped talking about it. Kept it to myself, a secret fear locked away inside. I grew up, moved away from Willow Creek eventually. Life goes on, right? But sometimes, late at night, when it's quiet, I still think about it. Think about those eyes staring at me from behind the oak tree. Think about the cold, wrong feeling of that place. And I wonder, what was it? What did I see out there in the woods that day? Was it some animal I didn't recognize? Some thing that doesn't belong in this world? I don't know. And I probably never will, but I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know deep in my heart that something real and terrifying is out there, hiding in the shadows, watching. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still feel those eyes on me, even now, just like that day in Willow Creek. And that feeling, it never really goes away. It just stays, a cold spot, right in the middle of your chest. And you never forget it. Never. Story 11. It was summer of '86, the kind of summer that sticks to you like cheap cologne. Oak Haven, North Carolina was a pressure cooker. I'd just moved there from Pennsylvania a few months before, still talking a little funny to everyone's ears, that northern edge to my voice that got me branded as the new kid instantly. Luckily, Mike, Kevin, and Ben didn't hold it against me. They were all about the same age, 14, and bored out of their skulls like I was. Oak Haven looked all neat and planned out. Perfect lawns, cookie-cutter houses, the whole suburban dream. But right on the edge of it was this wild stretch of woods, not some park woods, but real woods that felt like they went on forever. They even had these half-finished storm drains scattered around, leftovers from some development plan that must have gone bust. We'd been exploring those woods for weeks, killing time, mostly just messing around and trying to find something, anything, more interesting than another afternoon watching reruns on TV. One day I got this idea, or maybe it was more of an itch. I told the guys, there's supposed to be a pond deeper in the woods, heard some kids at school talking about it, said it's like hidden or something. Mike, he was always the one for anything that sounded even slightly forbidden. His eyes lit up. Kevin was usually game as long as Mike was, and Ben, well, Ben was just always there, kind of quiet but loyal. So that afternoon, we made a plan. Expedition to the hidden pond, Mike called it, all dramatic. We borrowed a couple of beers from Mike's older brother's stash, along with a pack of Marlboros. Even though none of us really knew how to smoke properly, it felt like part of the adventure, you know? We stuffed that stuff in Ben's backpack, along with some chips and candy we'd grabbed from our kitchens, and headed out. It was blistering hot. Walking from my place to the edge of the woods was already enough to get sweat dripping down your back. We followed these sort of paths that looked like animal trails sometimes, or maybe just places where enough people had walked through before. The woods got thick quick. Everything was green and buzzing with bugs. The air was heavy and wet. You could practically taste the humidity. We were heading roughly towards where Mikhail Pine Creek was marked on this crummy map Mike had swiped from his dad's car. A map that was probably older than we were. The creek itself was more of a muddy ditch in places, but we followed it anyway, pushing through bushes and ducking under branches. It was hot, scratchy work. Then we got to it, the drain pipe. It was huge, concrete, sticking out of the ground like some giant worm was burrowing under the suburb. Mike, always showing off, climbed right up and jumped down into the open end. Kevin went next, then me, and Ben kind of scrambled down last, always a bit hesitant. Inside the pipe it was instantly cooler, a welcome break from the muggy heat. It was dark too, and echoing. We could hear the creek gurgling somewhere below our feet. We walked through, our voices bouncing off the concrete walls, making everything sound distorted and loud. It felt weirdly enclosed, like we were entering a different world. When we came out the other end, blinking in the sudden sunlight, it was definitely different. The woods felt wilder here, more overgrown, less like anyone had ever been around to trim anything back. The air seemed stiller too, quieter. We kept going along the creek, deeper and deeper. The woods closed in around us. Sunlight filtered down in patchy beams, making these weird patterns on the ground. We were sweating buckets, swatting at mosquitoes, but we kept pushing on, driven by that teenage stubbornness and the maybe false hope of actually finding this hidden pond. We'd finished the beers by then, which probably wasn't the smartest thing to do in that heat, and were messing around with the cigarettes, pretending we were cool and experienced smokers, which we definitely weren't. Mostly we were just coughing and feeling lightheaded. After what felt like hours, we broke out of the thick trees, and there it was. The pond. It wasn't exactly hidden in the way I'd imagined, but it was definitely isolated, ringed by these dead, sun-bleached tree trunks that looked like bones sticking out of the water. The water itself was dark and still, reflecting the sky in a murky way. It was quiet, eerily quiet. Even the usual buzzing of insects seemed muted around the pond. Mike, Kevin and Ben started skipping rocks into the water, making them splash and plop. I wasn't really feeling it. Something about the place just felt off. Kevin noticed I was standing apart from them, staring at the trees on the far side of the pond. "What you looking at, Alex?" he asked. I shrugged. "Just those trees look thick over there. Must be cooler in the shade." It was a lame excuse, but I didn't want to say I just felt uneasy. Kevin, being Kevin, was always up for anything remotely risky. "Come on," he said. "Let's check it out." So we started walking towards the tree line, leaving Mike and Ben still chucking rocks and laughing near the edge of the pond. As we got closer to the trees, it got even quieter. The heat, which had been oppressive in the open, suddenly felt heavier, denser, like the air itself was pressing down on you. We stepped under the canopy of the trees, and it was like walking through a curtain, instantly darker, cooler, and silent. Unnaturally silent, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. We walked maybe 20 feet into the trees, just enough to get away from the pond's edge. Kevin was in front of me, pushing aside low branches. We rounded this massive tree trunk, its bark all gnarled and twisted, and that's when it happened. I stopped dead, couldn't even breathe for a second. To our right, just a little ways into the trees, maybe 10, 15 feet, in the dappled shadows where the sunlight barely poked through the leaves, it was standing there. It looked like a man, but not. Not like any man I'd ever seen or imagined. It was colossal, gigantic, and obese doesn't even begin to describe it. Imagine the biggest, fattest person you've ever seen, then double it, no, triple it, and then picture it, wrong, distorted. It was hunched slightly, its back mostly to us, draped in this coat. Except it wasn't a coat. It was fur, matted, thick, dark fur covering its entire back and shoulders. In the middle of this sweltering summer heat, it was wearing fur. That already sent a shiver of ice down my spine. It was just standing there, motionless, silent. For a moment, my brain just refused to process it. It was like my eyes were seeing something that just couldn't be real. Kevin hadn't seen it yet. He was still just a step ahead, about to move around the tree. I opened my mouth to say something, to warn him, but no sound came out. Then it moved, slowly, deliberately. It started to turn. It was the slowness that was the worst, like watching a massive machine grinding into motion. Its shoulders shifted, then its torso, and then the face. It turned its head and looked at us. And whatever I thought I was looking at before, whatever my mind was trying to categorize as man, just shattered. That face wasn't human. It wasn't even close. It was broad, grotesquely wide, like it had been stretched sideways. The skin was pale, almost grey, and slick-looking like wet clay. And the features, they were just wrong. Eyes too far apart, small and black, like beads sunk into that massive face. No discernible nose, just two slits. And the mouth, it was a gash, a wide, lipless opening filled with rows of teeth that were too many, too sharp, too animal. It wasn't just ugly or scary. It was primal. It hit something deep down in my brain, something way before words, way before thinking. Just pure, raw terror. The kind of terror that tells you instantly that you are prey. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I didn't even register Kevin next to me anymore. All I knew was that I had to get away, to run. Now. My legs just took over. I turned and bolted. Ran like I've never run before or since. I don't even remember pushing past Kevin. I think I just plowed right into him, sending him stumbling. I heard him yell something, my name maybe, but I didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran. Through the trees, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my arms. I didn't care about the heat, the scratches, the pain in my lungs. I just ran, fueled by pure animal panic. I remember bursting out of the trees, back into the patchy sunlight near the pond. I could still hear the sounds of Mike and Ben laughing and splashing like nothing was wrong, like the world hadn't just tilted on its axis. I ran past them, not even looking at them, just heading straight for the direction of the drain pipe. I remember tripping, stumbling, hitting the ground hard, my face smashed into the dirt. I scrambled up, spitting out mud and leaves, ignoring the stinging pain in my cheek and forehead. I just kept running. I reached the drain pipe, didn't even hesitate. Just jumped in, half falling, half sliding down the concrete slope. The echoing darkness swallowed me up. I kept running through the pipe, my feet pounding on the concrete, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. I didn't slow down until I burst out the other end, back into the familiar suburban woods, back closer to normal. I didn't stop running until I was almost back to my street. Only then did I slow down, gasping for air, my heart hammering in my chest like it wanted to break free. My legs were shaking, my hands were trembling, I was covered in dirt, sweat, and tears. I didn't even realize I'd been crying. I didn't see Kevin, Mike, or Ben again until the next day at school. They were all fine, like nothing had happened. A little confused, maybe, when they saw me all scraped up and acting weird. Kevin just asked, "Dude, where'd you go yesterday? 1 minute you're there, next you're gone, crashing through the woods like a lunatic." I couldn't tell them. I tried to a couple of times, but the words just wouldn't come out right. It sounded insane, even to me. "Yeah, we saw this giant fur-covered monster with a face from hell in the woods. No big deal." They would have laughed me out of the room, or thought I'd finally lost it completely. New kid with the weird accent starts seeing things in the woods. So I just mumbled something about getting freaked out by a snake and wanting to go home. They bought it or pretended to, and we just moved on, like it never happened. But it did. For me, it did. I see that face sometimes in my dreams, the way it turned, the way it looked at us, that cold, dead, predatory gaze, and the silence, that awful, unnatural silence of those woods near the pond. I've never been back to those woods. Not ever, and I don't think I ever will. Sometimes when I drive by that area of town, I get this cold feeling, this prickling on the back of my neck, like something is still out there, watching, waiting. I don't know what it was we saw. I have no explanation, and I know nobody would believe me if I told them the whole story. But I know what I saw. We both did. Even if Kevin pretends he doesn't remember, or just chalked it up to me losing my mind, I saw it and I'll never forget it. That summer, that heat, that pond, and that thing in the woods. It's just there, in my head, always. Story 12. Okay, so, this happened back in January of 2000. We were in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, near this place called Red Ridge. First week of the new year, and it was just nasty out. That cold, damp kind of chill that soaks right into your bones, and the ground was all soggy from days of rain. Me, Jeremy, and my buddies Mark, Chris, and Daniel, we were teenagers, bored out of our minds, and I had this land out near Phelps Creek. Family land, nobody around for miles. Seemed like the perfect spot for a stupid camping trip to kill the boredom. We piled into my truck, ATVs on trailers, loaded up with camping gear, way too much food, and of course my dog Buster, a golden lab who was always up for anything. Got out there in the late afternoon, the sky already starting to get that heavy, bruised look it gets before it gets properly dark. Phelps Creek runs through the back part of the property. Nothing special, just a creek, but it was enough for us. Mark and I started setting up the tent. We picked a spot not too far from the creek, figured the sound of the water would be kind of cool. Chris and Daniel, being Chris and Daniel, realized about 5 minutes in they'd forgotten something crucial, probably soda or chips, who knows with those two. So they hopped back on Daniel's ATV to run back to his house and grab whatever it was. Said they'd be back in like 20-30 minutes max. That's when things started getting weird. Mark and I were still wrestling with the tent poles. It was getting darker fast, that kind of sudden dusk you get in the woods. Buster was sniffing around, happy as could be, chasing squirrels or whatever dogs chase in the woods. Then it went quiet. I mean, really quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring a little. Even Buster stopped sniffing and stood there, head cocked, like he was listening to something. And then we heard it. This sound, I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was like a grunt, but not like a pig grunt or anything normal. Deeper, raspier, like something really big trying to force air through a blocked throat. And it wasn't far off. Maybe 100 yards, tops, in the woods behind us towards the creek. Then came the smell. Jesus Christ, the smell. Rotten. Like something had died and been left to bake in the sun for weeks. Thick, heavy, cloying. It hit you in the back of your throat, made your eyes water. Mark and I looked at each other. We'd both smelled dead animals before out there. Sometimes deer or raccoons wander onto the property and you find them later. But this wasn't just dead animal smell. This was wrong, sick. And then we heard the footsteps. Heavy, not deer footsteps. We knew what deer sounded like. These were heavier, slower, deliberate. Like something big was walking through the underbrush, not caring if it made noise. Thump, thump, thump. They were coming closer. We could hear branches snapping, leaves crunching under the weight of whatever it was. My heart started hammering. Not like after you run, but that cold, hard thump in your chest that means something's really wrong. Buster started to growl, a low, rumbling growl that I'd never heard from him before. He wasn't barking, just this deep, guttural warning sound, and he was facing the woods, hackles raised along his back. The grunting got louder. The footsteps kept coming. It was definitely moving towards us, not running but just advancing, like it knew exactly where we were and wasn't afraid to be heard. It was playing with us, I swear. It would grunt, then take a few steps, then grunt again. Grunt. Thump. 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 Grunt. Thump. Thump. 10 minutes. Felt like 10 hours, just standing there, frozen, listening to this thing, getting closer and closer in the darkening woods. The stench was almost unbearable now, hanging in the air like a physical presence. Mark and I didn't say a word. What was there to say? Hey, does that sound like a bear? No. This was nothing we'd ever heard before, nothing we could explain. We were just starting to get ready to bolt. I mean, seriously considering ditching the tent, everything, and just running for the truck, when we heard the ATVs coming back. The sound of engines roaring through the woods was like a gunshot in the silence, and just like that, it stopped. Everything, the grunting, the footsteps, the smell, gone, just like flipping a switch. Chris and Daniel rolled up, grinning, yelling something about forgetting the marshmallows and hot dog sticks. They were oblivious. We were standing there, pale as ghosts, Buster still growling softly, sniffing the air. "What's wrong with you guys? You look like you've seen a ghost," Chris said, laughing. Mark and I just looked at each other. "We heard something," I finally managed to say, my voice sounding shaky even to my own ears. "Something weird, grunting and walking in the woods, and it stank like death." Daniel, always the smart-ass, laughed. "Probably just a deer or a wild hog. They can make some nasty noises." "It wasn't a deer," Mark said, his voice low, "or a hog. It was different." I told them about the smell. Chris wrinkled his nose. "Smell anything now?" he asked, sniffing the air. Nothing. The woods just smelled like damp leaves and pine needles, clean. Whatever that stench was, it was gone. We tried to convince ourselves it was just a deer or some kind of animal we didn't recognize. Trying to be logical, you know? Teenagers, dumb bravado and all that. Plus, like I said, my dad had been saying things were off out on the property lately. He's a hunter, spends a lot of time in the woods, and he'd mentioned seeing tracks that didn't look like any animal he knew, hearing noises at night that weren't normal. But we'd all just brushed it off, figured he was getting old and imagining things. Now, I wasn't so sure. We unloaded the rest of the gear, finished setting up the tent, decided to just ride the ATVs for a while to shake off the weirdness. Rode around for a couple of hours, getting muddy, laughing, acting like nothing had happened. The adrenaline was pumping, and for a while we almost forgot about the grunting thing. Almost. Dusk started to settle again, real dusk this time, and we headed back to the campsite, built a fire, roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, you know, the usual camping stuff, telling stupid jokes, trying to act normal. But underneath it all, there was this tension. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump. We kept looking into the woods, the shadows getting deeper and longer as the firelight flickered around us. And then it started again. Just like before. Silence. Then, grunt. Deeper, louder this time, like it had been waiting for us to come back. The smell hit us almost instantly, stronger now, making us gag. The heavy footsteps closer now, much closer, maybe 50 yards, 20, hard to tell in the dark woods. This time it wasn't playing games, it was brazen. The grunts were almost constant, punctuated by the heavy thump, thump, thump of its approach. We grabbed flashlights, pointed them into the woods. Nothing, just trees, shadows, the firelight dancing on the leaves. But we could hear it. So close. "What the hell is that?" Chris whispered, his voice actually trembling this time. Even Daniel looked freaked out. "I don't know," I breathed, my hand tightening around the heavy branch I'd grabbed from the fire pit. Mark had picked up a bigger log, holding it like a club. Buster was going crazy, barking his head off, straining at his leash, pointed directly into the woods. It got closer. We could hear it moving through the underbrush right at the edge of the firelight. 20 yards, maybe less. The air was thick with that rotten stench, and now there was another sound mixed in with the grunts, a wet, slobbering sound, like something was drooling, something big, and then it went into the creek. We heard a splash, a heavy splash, like something huge had just plunged into the water. Phelps Creek was maybe 7 feet down from the bank where we were camped. A good drop. Whatever it was, it just jumped right down, and it kept grunting. From down in the creek bed, the grunts seemed to echo, amplified by the water, even louder, more menacing. The heavy footsteps started again, this time moving in the creek, splashing through the shallow water, stones crunching under its weight. It was still coming closer, even in the creek, moving parallel to our campsite, just on the other side of the bank, hidden by the trees and the steep drop. We couldn't see anything, just hear it. Grunting, slobbering, heavy footsteps splashing through the water, getting closer and closer. It was like some kind of sick serenade. Fear. Pure, raw, gut-wrenching fear. That's all I felt. We were trapped, surrounded by darkness, by this unseen, unknown thing, getting closer and closer, and we had no idea what it was, what it wanted. Just those horrible sounds and that awful smell pressing in on us from the woods, from the creek. I don't know what made me do it. Panic, maybe. Stupidity. Maybe just pure desperation. There were some big rocks around the fire pit. I grabbed the biggest one I could lift, a heavy, jagged thing, and I just threw it. I didn't aim, didn't think. Just hurled it as hard as I could in the direction of the sounds in the creek. There was a thunk as the rock landed. Then, silence. For a split second, just blessed, unbelievable silence. And then, a shriek. Not a human shriek, not an animal shriek. Something else, something high-pitched, piercing, alien, like metal being torn or glass shattering. It ripped through the night air, raw and enraged, and it went right through us. Every hair on my body stood on end. My blood ran cold. Buster whimpered and tucked his tail between his legs. We had hit it. We had actually made contact with whatever the hell was out there, and it was pissed. The shriek echoed through the woods, then died away, leaving that awful silence again. But it was a different silence now, a charged silence, a waiting silence. And then, it moved. Not footsteps this time, leaping. We heard branches snapping, undergrowth being ripped apart, and it was moving away from the creek, back up the bank, faster than anything I'd ever heard move in the woods before. But it wasn't leaving. We could still hear it, circling. Just beyond the firelight in the deeper darkness of the woods, we could hear it moving around our campsite, its agitated grunts echoing through the trees. Closer again, further away, circling, and then it screamed. Again. But this time, it wasn't a shriek. This time, it was a wail. A blood-curdling, high-pitched scream that went on and on and on, like something in unimaginable pain or unimaginable fury. It wasn't just loud, it was vibrating, like the air itself was shaking with the sound of it. We clamped our hands over our ears, but it didn't help. It was inside our heads, inside our bones. That was it. That was the breaking point. Bravery, logic, everything just evaporated. Survival instinct kicked in hard. We didn't even talk. We just moved. Grabbed our keys, scrambled onto the ATVs, fumbling, shaking so bad we could barely get them started. Didn't even bother with the tent, the gear, the fire. Just jumped on and gunned it back the way we came, tearing through the woods in the dark, headlights bouncing off the trees, leaving everything behind. Phelps Creek, the campsite, whatever that thing was. We just ran. We didn't stop until we were back at my house, lights blazing, doors locked, huddled together in the living room, shaking like leaves. Buster whined and paced, still spooked out of his mind. We were a mess, covered in mud, eyes wide, barely able to speak. Later that night I couldn't sleep. Kept replaying those sounds in my head, that smell, that scream. Around 3 a.m. I woke up, dead silent in the house, too silent. And then I heard it again, the grunting and the heavy footsteps, outside, close to the house. My blood turned to ice. I lay there paralyzed, heart pounding, listening. It was right outside my bedroom window, just beyond the wall, pacing, grunting. Thump, 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 like it had followed us, like it knew where we lived. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just lay there, rigid with terror, listening to it circling my house in the dark, waiting for dawn, praying for dawn. The sounds went on and on, for what felt like forever. Slowly fading as the first hint of light started to creep through the window, and then, finally, silence. When it was fully light, I crept out of bed shaking, went to the window, peeked out. Nothing, just my backyard, normal, peaceful, bathed in the morning light, like nothing had happened. We never went back to camp out by Phelps Creek. Not ever. We never talked about it much after that night either, just a silent agreement to pretend it never happened. But it did. I know it did. We all heard it, smelled it, felt it. I still think about it sometimes late at night, wondering what it was, what we ran into out there in the woods that night, wondering if it's still out there. And sometimes I swear I can still smell that smell, just for a second, out of nowhere. And the hairs on the back of my neck stand up all over again, and I remember that scream. God, that scream. I will never forget that sound as long as I live. Never. Story 13. So, this is hard to write about even now, years later. I still get jumpy if I'm out in the woods after dark. It wasn't like in a movie or anything, no jump scares, no monster suddenly leaping out. It was worse, way worse, because it was real, and we had absolutely no clue what we were dealing with until it was way too late. It was summer in Georgia, hotter than hell, like always. Middle of nowhere, basically. My buddies, Caleb, Ethan, Noah, Owen and me, we decided to go camping and do some hunting. Caleb's family has this land out near Meadow Creek, way out in the sticks. Perfect for getting away from everything. We're all pretty outdoorsy. Grew up hunting and fishing around these parts, so we know the woods. Or we thought we did. We got there Friday afternoon, sun beating down. The creek was this narrow, winding thing, mostly dried up in places because of the heat wave, but still flowing enough. We picked a spot close to the water, figured it'd be cooler and there'd be deer coming down to drink. Caleb and Ethan started wrestling with the tent because neither of them could ever figure out those things without arguing. Noah and Owen went to gather firewood, and I was just kind of hanging around, taking it all in. It was peaceful. Just the sounds of birds, the creek trickling, usual forest stuff. Then the sun started going down. That's when it started. At first it was just rustling in the woods across the creek. We didn't think much of it. Could be anything, deer, raccoons, armadillos, you name it, we got it around here, but it kept going. Louder, more insistent, like something big was moving around over there. Ethan and Caleb stopped bickering with the tent, and we all kind of listened. That's when the smell hit us. Jesus, that smell, like rotting garbage, mixed with something else, something animal and just wrong. It was thick, heavy in the air, even stronger than the pine needles and damp earth smell you usually get in the woods. It made my stomach churn. We all looked at each other. Dead deer, maybe? Noah asked, but it wasn't just dead animal smell. It was different. Then the footsteps started. Not like deer hooves clicking on rocks or squirrels scampering. These were heavy, deliberate, like something was stomping through the woods. We could hear branches snapping, leaves crunching underfoot. Just wait. And it was coming from right across the creek, just past where the sunlight stopped hitting the trees in that deepening shadow. We got real quiet then, real still, trying to figure it out. We knew every sound the local animals made. Coyotes howling in the distance, owls hooting, even bobcats screaming. We knew them all. This was none of that. This was new, and the more we listened, the more uneasy we got. The footsteps got closer to the creek, and then we heard something else. It was like jumping, heavy jumps again, branches cracking, bushes shaking, stomp, stomp, thump. Like whatever it was deliberately trying to make noise. It didn't sound like any animal being sneaky. It sounded like it wanted us to hear it, taunting us almost. Fear started creeping in. I won't lie. We weren't laughing and joking anymore. The air got colder as the sun went down, and not just because of the temperature. It was like the woods themselves got colder, heavier, like something was watching us. We strained our eyes, trying to see anything over there through the trees, in the shadows, but nothing, just blackness. And then the growls started, deep, guttural growls, low in the chest, not like a dog or even a bear, deeper, throatier, almost rumbling. They weren't constant, just short bursts, spaced out, but each one sent a jolt of ice down my spine. It was like whatever was over there was letting us know it was there, letting us know it was big and pissed off. Caleb's dog, Buster, our cocker spaniel, he was usually fearless, chases squirrels, barks at everything, typical dog. He started whimpering, low, pathetic whimpers. He tucked his tail between his legs, pressed himself flat to the ground behind Caleb, shaking like a leaf. Buster's reaction, that really got to me. He's always been brave, even stupidly brave sometimes. To see him that terrified, it made my blood run cold. Dogs know things. They can sense stuff we can't. And Buster was petrified. Noah and Owen finally came back with a load of firewood, chattering and laughing. They walked right into this wall of silence. We didn't say anything, just looked at them, then nodded towards the woods across the creek. They immediately went quiet. You could see the change in them, the joking gone, replaced with confusion. "What's up?" Noah whispered. We just pointed again, and then they heard it too. The rustling, the heavy footfalls, the smell. It was all still there. "What the hell is that?" Owen breathed, his voice low. We just shrugged. We didn't have a clue. Then, as if someone flipped a switch, it stopped. Just like that. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the normal night sounds, crickets chirping, the creek. The putrid smell seemed to fade a little too. It was like whatever it was vanished. We let out breaths we didn't realize we were holding. Maybe it was just a bear, we told ourselves. A big one, acting weird. Maybe it wandered off. We wanted to believe that. We needed to believe that. We started setting up the campfire, trying to act normal, but the unease was still there, hanging in the air like the smoke from the fire. We were all jumpy, glancing over at the woods across the creek every few seconds. Buster was still hiding behind Caleb, refusing to come out. As darkness fully swallowed Meadow Creek, the stomping started again. It was even louder this time, bolder. Like whatever it was had realized we were still there and was done playing games. Stomp, stomp, thump. Right across the creek. Then the growls started up again, deeper now, more menacing. And this time, Noah and Owen heard it right away. Their eyes went wide. "Okay, that's not a bear," Owen said, his voice trembling a little. "Bears don't stomp like that." Noah nodded, his face pale in the firelight. "And that smell, no bear smells like that." Then the sound of splashing water, big splashes like something heavy jumping into the creek, and it was coming this way, towards our campsite. Adrenaline flooded through me. My heart started pounding in my chest, so hard I thought it would burst. Fear was gone, replaced with something else. Anger, defiance, I don't know. Primal instinct to protect ourselves, maybe. "What the hell is that thing doing?" Caleb hissed, grabbing a thick branch from the firewood pile. Ethan grabbed one too. Noah and Owen looked around wildly, grabbing anything they could use as a weapon. We were all huddled together, backs to the fire, facing the darkness across the creek. Buster started barking finally, but it was a high-pitched, frantic bark, not his usual tough guy bark. He was terrified, barking out of pure panic. "Hey, who's there?" Caleb yelled, his voice cracking a little. We all yelled too, echoing him, shouting into the darkness. "Get out of here! This is private property! Get lost!" Stupid, maybe, yelling at something we couldn't see, something that sounded like it could rip us apart. But we were desperate, hoping it was just some idiot messing with us, some drunk redneck playing a prank, hoping against hope it was human. No response. Just the splashing getting closer, the stomping, the growling. It was coming right for us. I was shaking, but not just from fear anymore. I was pissed. We weren't going to just sit there and be intimidated by whatever the hell that was. I scanned around for something else to use. My eyes landed on a big, jagged rock near the fire pit. Instinctively, I grabbed it. It was heavy, solid, fit perfectly in my hand. "If it comes any closer," I said, my voice tight, "I'm going to throw something." Caleb nodded, his face grim. "Yeah, me too." Then it was right at the edge of the creek, practically across from our campsite. We could hear it breathing now, heavy, ragged pants. We still couldn't see it. The shadows were too thick, but it was there. We could feel it. Something huge, something angry, something not human. Driven by pure adrenaline, by fear and anger and maybe a little bit of stupid teenage bravado, I wound up and hurled the rock across the creek as hard as I could. It flew through the air, end over end, and slammed into something. We heard a loud thwack like it hit wood or bone. Then the shriek. Oh God, that shriek. I will never ever forget that sound. It wasn't animal, it wasn't human. It was unholy. A high-pitched, ear-splitting scream of pure raw pain and rage. It ripped through the air, so loud it physically hurt our ears. We all recoiled, hands flying up to cover them. Buster howled, a long, mournful howl of terror. After the shriek, chaos, frantic, hysterical movement, branches snapping, bushes thrashing, the ground vibrating with heavy footfalls. It sounded like whatever we hit was going completely berserk. It was crashing around in the woods, right next to our campsite, but still just out of sight. The heavy panting was deafening now, right there, close enough to touch. Like a giant, enraged animal was breathing down our necks. We were frozen, paralyzed by fear. Then Caleb grabbed my arm. "We gotta get out of here," he hissed, his eyes wide with terror. "Now!" Without another word, we turned and ran. We didn't grab anything. Tent, gear, food, firewood. We left it all. Just ran blindly, back through the woods the way we came, towards the road, towards Caleb's truck. Buster bolted ahead of us, barking and yelping, leading the way in his terror. We didn't look back, we just ran. We didn't stop running until we reached the truck. We piled in, breathless, shaking. Caleb fumbled with the keys, hands trembling so badly he could barely get them in the ignition. Finally, the engine roared to life. He slammed it into reverse, backed out of the clearing, and we sped down that dirt road like our lives depended on it. Because they probably did. We drove straight to Caleb's dad's house. We were babbling, stumbling over our words, trying to explain what had happened. Caleb's dad, Mr. Johnson, is a big, gruff guy, not easily fazed. He listened to us, but you could tell he didn't believe a word of it. "Some animal, probably," he said, shrugging. "Coyotes get pretty loud sometimes, maybe a bobcat." We tried to tell him about the smell, the stomping, the growls, the shriek, about how terrified Buster was, about how big it sounded. He just patted Caleb on the shoulder. "You boys probably just spooked yourselves. Woods get to you like that at night." He was a hunter. He'd been in the woods his whole life. He was a logical man, not prone to believing in monsters. We knew we sounded crazy, but we also knew what we'd heard, what we'd felt. Still, he reluctantly agreed to drive back to the campsite with us. He got his rifle just in case, he said, for bears or whatever spooked you boys. We drove back in silence, the truck heavy with unspoken fear. When we got back to the campsite, silence. Complete, unnerving silence. No rustling, no stomping, no growling. The fire had burned down to embers, casting flickering shadows. Everything was still there, our gear, the tent half-pitched, the firewood. It was like nothing had happened, except the air still carried that faint, lingering stink, and the woods felt wrong, empty, but also like something was still watching us, from far away. Mr. Johnson walked around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He found nothing, no tracks, no sign of anything unusual. "See," he said, shaking his head, "just nerves getting to you." We knew he still didn't believe us, but we weren't going back to his house. Not yet. We were too freaked out to sleep inside. Somehow, being outside, even with whatever had been out there, felt safer. Or maybe we were just too stubborn to admit we'd been scared off by nothing. We decided to stay, against all logic, against our fear. We rebuilt the fire, kept it blazing all night. Mr. Johnson went back home, shaking his head, but he left us his rifle. "Just in case," he said, still not believing. The rest of the night was uneasy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us jump, but nothing else happened. No sounds from across the creek. Nothing. We stayed up late, huddled around the fire, talking in low voices, listening to every sound. Eventually, exhaustion won. We dozed off in shifts, one of us always awake, rifle ready. I woke up before dawn to rustling and heavy footfalls. Again, my heart leaped into my throat. It was faint, further away than the night before, but it was there, the stomping, the heavy breathing, the sense of something large moving through the woods. It went on for a while, then faded as the first light started to break. I didn't say anything to the others. I just lay there, listening, my hand gripping the rifle, waiting for sunrise. When it was finally light enough, we went to check it out. Across the creek, where we'd heard all the sounds. And that's when the skepticism vanished, when the cold certainty hit us. Footprints, giant footprints in the mud near the creek. Not bear prints, not deer, not human. Huge bare footprints like a giant man, but wrong. Toes too long, feet too wide, prints too deep. Monstrous footprints leading into the woods, away from the creek. And then we found the nests. Crude nests made of branches, piled up under thick bushes. Like sleeping platforms hidden in the undergrowth, big enough for something enormous to sleep in, and hairs. Coarse, dark, matted hairs caught on the branches of the nests. Not animal fur, not like deer hair, more like human hair, but thicker, coarser, wilder. We stared at the footprints, the nests, the hairs. Our blood ran cold. What we'd heard, what we'd smelled, what we'd felt. It wasn't our imaginations. It was real. Something big, something hairy, something terrifying had been out there with us. Then Caleb walked up a small rise a little further into the woods. He stopped dead. He stood there for a long moment, frozen, staring. Then he slowly backed away, his face white as a sheet. He didn't say anything for a minute, just pointed back up the hill, his hand shaking. I saw it, he finally whispered. Up there, just for a second, before it went into the trees. We rushed to where he'd been standing, peered through the trees, and there in a small clearing, just for a fleeting moment, we saw it too. A large, dark shape, hairy, walking upright, and then it turned its head. Just for a second we saw its face, flat, broad, gorilla-like, with dark, deep-set eyes. Then it was gone, vanished into the dense undergrowth like a ghost. We stood there, paralyzed, staring at the spot where it had been. Silent, numb. Finally Noah spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "Bigfoot," he said. "It was Bigfoot." We packed up camp in silence, didn't say a word to each other, just packed everything, loaded it into the truck and drove away. We didn't even clean up the fire pit. We just left it all behind. We told Caleb's dad about the footprints, the nests, the hair, Caleb's sighting. He was different this time. He didn't dismiss us outright. He looked at our faces, at our terrified eyes, and he knew we weren't making it up. He didn't say he believed in Bigfoot, but he didn't say he didn't either. He just went quiet, and stayed quiet. We haven't been back to Meadow Creek since. We haven't talked about it much either, not really. It's like, it's too big, too unreal to talk about. We saw something out there, something we can't explain. Something that scared us more than anything we've ever experienced, and I still can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, watching, waiting. I don't know what it was, or what it wanted. I just know that night in the woods changed me, changed us all. And to this day, every time I hear a branch snap in the woods after dark, I still jump. And I still remember that shriek, that awful, unearthly shriek. And the smell, Jesus, that smell. Story 14. Okay, so this is gonna sound weird, even to me, and it happened like 1,000,000 years ago when I was just a little kid. But it's one of those things that sticks with you, you know? Like a bad dream you can't shake off, even when you wake up. It was back in the late 70s, summer in Benton, Arkansas. Man, summers there felt like they stretched on forever when you were a kid. No school, just endless hot days and running around outside. My cousin Sam, who was a year older than me, and I were always together. We were practically joined at the hip back then. Every weekend, we'd go stay at Grandma Elsie's house. She lived just outside of town, at the end of this long, dusty dirt road. It was kind of in the woods, not totally isolated, but definitely felt like it when you were that age. Grandma Elsie's place was old, real old, like everything creaked. Floors, stairs, even the house itself seemed to groan in the wind sometimes. It had that smell old houses get, kind of musty but also homey. I don't know, hard to describe, but it was cool to us, like something out of a storybook, especially compared to our normal houses in town. She had this unused bedroom off the kitchen that was always a little weird. The floor in that room, for some reason, was all sloped, like the foundation was settling or something, weirdly tilted. It was kind of fun, like being on a little tiny hill inside. Usually we'd sleep wherever was easiest at Grandma's, probably just the couch or a spare bed in the main part of the house. But this particular weekend, we got it in our heads that we wanted to sleep in that sloped bedroom. I guess because it was different, a bit spooky maybe even. We thought it was cool and adventurous kids, you know? We begged and pleaded with Grandma Elsie and my mom to let us. They finally gave in, probably just to shut us up. Grandma Elsie got some old blankets and pillows and made us pallets on the floor near the window in that sloped room. It was getting dark by then, the kind of summer dark where it's still a little warm even after the sun goes down, but the air starts to feel different, quieter. The window in that room was kind of big, looked out towards the back of the property, mostly woods and some overgrown bushes right up against the house. We were stoked, making it our den, laying on our pallets, whispering and giggling about whatever stupid stuff 8- and 7-year-old boys talk about. Bedtime came. Grandma Elsie told us good night and closed the kitchen door to our room. The only light was the overhead bulb in the middle of the room, the kind with the pull string. Sam was closest to it, so he leaned up to turn it off. Click. Darkness. And then, "What the hell is that?" Sam whispered. His voice wasn't just quiet, it was thick, like something was caught in his throat. I could feel the shift in him, the sudden spike of fear. He was pointing towards the window. My eyes were still adjusting to the dark. I stared at the window, trying to see past my own reflection staring back, and then I saw them. 2 points of red, crimson, burning red, staring right back at us. Just hanging there in the dark outside the window. Eyes. That's the only way to describe them. Just eyes, glowing red in the pitch black. At first it was like fascination, like when you see something weird in the woods, a deer maybe, and you're just frozen for a second taking it in. But then the dread hit, and it hit hard. These weren't deer eyes, they were too intense and too high up. Our window in that room was not at ground level. It was, I don't know, maybe 7-8 feet off the ground outside. You had to climb up some concrete steps to even get to the back door near that room. So whatever was out there, those eyes, they were way too high. And they were just staring, unblinking. And then one of them blinked, just once, slow. But it was enough. The fascination vanished. Just pure, unadulterated terror slammed into me. "Sam," I whispered, my voice shaking now too. "Did you see that?" He didn't answer, just kept pointing, frozen. I could feel him trembling next to me in the dark. Those eyes, they didn't move, just stayed fixed on us through the glass. Suddenly, we both just bolted. We scrambled off our pallets, tripped over each other trying to get to the kitchen door, yanking it open and bursting out into the bright kitchen light like we were escaping a fire. Grandma Elsie and my mom were sitting at the kitchen table, talking about something, probably just grown-up stuff, and we came flying in there, panting and gasping. "What is it? What happened?" My mom was startled, looking at us like we'd seen a ghost. "Eyes!" Sam managed to get out, pointing back at the sloped bedroom. "Red eyes, outside the window." I was just nodding, trying to catch my breath, tears starting to sting my eyes. Big red eyes, staring at us. We were both talking over each other, a jumbled mess of panicked words, trying to explain what we'd seen. But we were kids, scared and probably not making much sense. Grandma Elsie and my mom just looked at each other, then at us. And then they kind of smiled. That kind of, "Oh, you kids," smile. "Red eyes?" Grandma Elsie chuckled a little. "Probably just an owl, sweetie, or a raccoon." "No," Sam yelled, frustrated. "It wasn't an animal. They were high up, way up high, and they were red, really red." My mom got up and came over to us, kneeling down, putting her hands on our shoulders. Okay, calm down. Show us the eyes." But neither of them sounded like they believed us. They thought we were just being kids, maybe spooked by the dark, maybe imagining things, adults. We hesitated. Go back in there? Into that dark room with those things outside the window? No way. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I don't want to go back in there." Sam agreed, also shaking his head. "Me neither. They're still there. I know it." My mom sighed, that long-suffering sigh parents do when they think you're being dramatic. "Come on, Daniel. Sam, there's nothing out there. It was just your imagination. Let's just all go look, okay? We'll turn on the outside light."